Morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
We have our next witness, Gordon McGuire, and he's not yet been sworn.
Okay, would you raise your right hand, sir, please? Do you affirm the evidence you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. McGuire, good morning. I'm going to start with some questions about your professional background, employment history, and education. When did you first join the City of Hamilton?
I joined the region, I believe, in 1994, which became the City of Hamilton, I think, in 2000, 2001, something like that.
You're now retired from the city, is that correct?
That's correct.
When did you retire?
The end of 2021.
Are you working in any other position now?
No, I'm not.
Prior to retiring, you were the Director of Engineering Services within Public Works?
No, that's correct.
I understand that you first held that role on an interim basis from May 2018. And then after recruitment process, you were successfully hired into that role permanently in June of 2018. Is that right?
That's correct.
Before taking on that role, you were the Manager of Geomatics and Corridor Management.
Correct.
When did you start in that role?
2004 or 5, something like that.
I have 6, but sometime around then.
Sure.
Okay. Prior to becoming the interim,
Good morning. I'm so sorry to be slow. I couldn't log in. Forgive me.
Oh, that's quite all right. I had understood that you were on the line, so we better make sure that doesn't happen again.
prior to becoming the Director of Engineering in that interim period in May of 2018, I understand that your role as Manager of Geomatics and Corridor Management expanded to include some of the portfolio that was within the then current director's scope. Is that right?
That's correct.
And can you tell me a little bit more about how your role expanded, which I believe happened in about January of 2018?
Yeah, the pressures, I believe, on the division at the time were the commencements of the LRT, which was taking more of Gary Moore's time, the existing director. At the same time, there was a requirement for the development of an asset management policy, a sustainable asset management policy. So the transition period was for me to spend some time at sort of the front end, the programming end, with the asset management and the budgeting folks. While the other part of the division, the construction, the design, remained with Gary.
Did that expanded portfolio include a title change?
I don't believe it did. I think it was, yeah, still just at the manager level.
So you said that you joined the region in 1994 and you took over the Manager of Geomatics role in 2004 to 2006. What other positions did you hold within the city in that period of time between 94 and the mid 2000s?
So I'm an Ontario land surveyor. I spent some time when I first started in the field, which is quite a long time ago, at the technologist level. I was at a project manager level, a senior project manager level, and then worked my way to the manager level across that time frame.
Was that always within the division that by 2006 was known as Geomatics and Corridor Management?
So the division would have been engineering services. The section would have been surveying or surveying and mapping, which became, I believe, geomatics later on.
Thanks. So my questions today are going to focus both on your time when you were a manager of geomatics and corridor management and when you were director of engineering services. So starting with the manager of geomatics and corridor management role, who did you report to in that role?
I reported to the director of engineering services, and at the time that was Gary.
Okay. And I'd like to ask who reported to you, but just to be able to assist you in being able to answer that question, I do have a organizational chart which might assist. Registrar, could you bring up RVH 679, image 15, please? If that's the document that I want, just give me a second. That document is a compilation of a number of other documents. I'm going to go directly into the underlying document, Registrar HAM 56572 at image 15. There we go. So just before we get into this document, Mr. McGuire, just so that we can check that your screen is set up in a way, can you see both the screens where I am, where you are, where Ms. Contractors and where the commissioner is, and then also the complete document that's up?
So directly in front of me is the panel with, I'm looking at the org chart, and to the right is the panel with the camera and the
Fantastic. I just wanted to make sure that you could see both at the same time. So this is a public works organizational chart, which I believe is from March 2015. It's one of the ones that happens to have the geomatics and corridor management organization from below you. So it's 2015 somewhat randomly. But I thought it might be of assistance in answering the question of who reported to you within geomatics and corridor.
Okay. Do you want me to go through each position and what their roles were, or do you want me? I can confirm that appears to be the structure that was in place around that time.
And did that structure change fundamentally in terms of the different managers and their portfolios underneath you?
During the transition phase?
While you were manager of corridor management, pardon me, geomatics and corridor management.
So there's an evolution or kind of a constant change in aspects to what's within your section and not. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but so I mean, if you look at the manager of special projects GIS out Little, that was with me for I think 18 months, and then it moved off to somewhere else. So that took place on a fairly, not a regular basis, but an ongoing basis.
So perhaps we'll address it like this. Over time, did the bullet points that were underneath the manager roles, for example, surveying, modeling, dealing with, it seems like coordinations and consents, permitting, those sorts of things, is that the bread and butter of geomatics and corridor management?
Yeah, I would say yes.
And maybe more generally, what is this section responsible for within engineering services?
So starting at the top, I mean, the engineering and legal surveying for the generation of the plans, the CAD files, the models that create the backdrop for capital programming for underground work and capital work. So then in alongside of that would be the legal surveys for land acquisition or disposals or expropriations. Fairly heavy on systems, so a lot of CAD and a lot of GIS systems that reference to the drawing management tool below Prism, so a record archival solution, and then on the other side there's a street lighting and some traffic planning, traffic management.
The inquiries heard over time that there was reorganizations within public works. Did you consistently have a traffic planning group under this section?
No, the traffic planning group was part of a reorganization. I don't recall the time frame that brought the street lighting group in as well.
Okay. Was it around 2013 when Hart Solomon left?
Yeah.
There was a large reorganization around that time.
Yeah, that seems to make sense.
Okay. And from that point on, street lighting or lighting issues fell under your portfolio?
Yeah, correct.
The inquiry has heard that that the other sections within engineering services, asset management, design and construction, they sort of flow in terms of a workflow of a capital project. Where did geomatics and corridor management fit into the workflow of setting a scope and budgeting and then design and then construction? Where does geomatics fit into that?
So geomatics would really be more of a service section. Asset management would be developing the program together with inputs from Hamilton Water and our development group. We would get their program assigned or contract out the required work to acquire the field data and then generate the plans and utility coordination and things that were required at that time.
And so I take from that much of that happened at the same time as asset management was dealing with the initiation of a project, or was it throughout the project?
So the workflow would be as asset management generated the program. This section would start the data acquisition and the building of the files in order to move to the next phase, which is design.
Registrar, you can take this down. Prior to 2013, did you have any involvement in, well, in fact, perhaps I'll say prior to 2008, did you have any involvement in the construction of the Red Hill?
No, I did not.
And prior to 2013, did you have any involvement in any projects related to the Red Hill once it was constructed?
Not that I can recall. I mean, we may have done some field work for if there was some work to be done, but I don't recall a project being done out there that we were involved in.
You said earlier that Mr. Moore was the director of engineering while you were the manager of geomatics and corridor management. How much oversight did Mr. Moore have over your department?
So Gary was the director. When you're asking how much oversight,
how involved was he in the work of your section?
He wasn't deeply involved in it. It was work that I generally took on and advised him of where we were headed and made sure. I mean, we would meet regularly to ensure that we were complying with the requirements or the scheduling, but he wasn't, he wasn't in our section asking us about what we're doing with our CAD systems or what we're doing with our field data collections, et cetera.
And he didn't have a background in surveying or geomatics in the way that you did. Is that right?
Correct, but I mean, Gary did understand the CAD systems and that quite well. And one of the other elements that we did a fair bit of work on was the utilities, the third-party management. Gary was involved in that quite a bit. So parts of the section we were very intertwined with Gary on that.
I'm going to move now to the role of Director of Engineering. I'll have some more specific questions about that sort of transition into that role once we get there in that chronology. But just at a high level regarding that role, when you took on the role of Director of Engineering Services, who did you report to?
The General Manager of Public Works, Dan McKinnon.
And we've talked a little bit about the various divisions within engineering services, geomatics, asset management, design, construction. Are those the section heads who all reported to you?
Yeah, correct. There was also waterfront, the Hamilton waterfront section that was in the engineering division as well, or it still is.
I'm going to turn now to 2013. Registrar, can you bring up OD6, page 8 and 9, please? Mr. McGuire, again, just a technical test. Can you see both the images that are up plus the screens where our video images are?
Yes, I can.
Great. Registrar, could you call out paragraph 11, please? In January of 2013, the Public Works Committee passed a motion, which is set out here, a motion that staff were directed to investigate upgrading the lighting on the Red Hill in the vicinity of the Mudstone Church Road interchanges, and directed to investigate better reflective signage and lane markings or other initiatives to assist motorists in the same area, and that a full costing of all options and alternatives be presented to committee for their consideration. Do you recall being aware of this motion when it was passed?
I don't directly recall it now, but I do recall a number of motions or inquiries around lighting on the Red Hill.
At the time, I think we established that lighting fell under geomatics. Is that right?
I'm not sure of the exact transition date. This is early in 2013, and I don't know when lighting came over to geomatics, but yeah, I'm not definite on that.
Okay. You certainly at some point get involved. So perhaps as we go through, you can confirm that this would have fallen under your portfolio. The inquiry has heard evidence via testimony from Mike Field, and he worked in the lighting group within geomatics. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
And he reported to you?
Correct.
How large was the lighting group at that time in 2013?
If it was, and I'm casting my mind back here, but I think it was Mike Field and Peter Locks. I think it was two.
Prior to this motion in January of 2013 and in the preceding year since the Red Hill opened, were you aware of any public concerns about lighting or a lack of lighting on the Red Hill?
No, I don't. I don't believe I was.
Registrar, you can close this call out. And if you can go to paragraph 12 and call that out. If you can call out the top as of page 9 as well, paragraph 12. So on the same day that the motion passed Public Works, Mr. White, who was in traffic operations and engineering, which at the time was in energy, fleet, and traffic, that department, so not within geomatics, is that right?
Correct.
He emailed Mr. Gallo, who I believe was also in his section, and you to advise you about the decision, that is the motion, and to suggest that Hamilton hire a consultant to carry out the work. So at this time, Mr. White is emailing you. Does that provide some refreshment of your memory about lighting being within geomatics?
So I'm aware that lighting was in geomatics and okay.
You had said earlier that you weren't sure when it came into under your portfolio, and I'm going to suggest Mr. White wouldn't have been reaching out to you if you weren't the manager who was responsible for street lighting at that time. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, fair.
Registrar, could you close this down? Thank you. And if you can call up paragraph 13, please. So the overview document doesn't show it, but you actually flip Mr. White's email to Mr. Field, and Mr. Field responds on January 17th, and he says he responds and he copies in you and he copies in Gary Kirchnoff. And he says, after discussing this with Gord and Gary, it's our opinion that the safety issue should be reviewed holistically, and the consultant's scope should encompass street lighting review and what countermeasure benefits would be attributed to adding lighting. As you can imagine, adding lighting would be supremely expensive. And then he goes on to say, if traffic is going to proceed with contracting a consultant, then please include me in the conversation to assist in defining the project scope. So stopping there, do you recall having discussions with Mr. Kirchnoff and Mr. Field about how engineering services should best approach responding to this motion?
No, I don't.
Mr. Kirchnoff at the time was a senior project manager in traffic planning within geomatics and corridor management. Do you recall how his role within your section differed from the work that those in traffic operations and engineering were doing?
Yeah, fundamentally, a lot of the work that the group within Gary Kirchnoff's section was doing, or his team, was related to development, new development planning, not existing traffic systems.
And just so that's a helpful way to distinguish, in terms of involvement in new development and planning, how does new development affect traffic planning and what were they actually doing within that group?
So there was there's a few folks in the team. If someone proposed a new subdivision or commercial building, issues like the traffic generation, what was going to take place for driveways, driveway accesses, and things like that. That's what this team would have been reviewing.
I see. And did Mr. Kirchhoff have a background in traffic operations and engineering as well?
Yeah, I believe he did.
Do you recall why Mr. Field attributes to himself and to you and to Gary that it's your opinion that the safety issue should be reviewed holistically?
No, I don't.
Where Mr. Field asked to be included in the conversation about defining project scope, did you anticipate you personally having involvement in the project going forward, or would you have left that to Mr. Field?
I would have left this to the folks running it, Mike and Gary.
What would, to your expectation, what would Mr. Kirchhoff's role be in that project?
Gary's got a traffic background. I'm not sure. I don't know beyond what the first call out was referring to, what else is involved in this assignment. So.
Okay, would you expect, or did you understand that the motion would involve both dealing with traffic safety issues and lighting?
No, I don't.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this call out. We know that SEMA was ultimately retained to prepare a report following this motion. Were you involved in the discussions internally within the city about the scope of the project?
I don't recall that.
Were you involved in any discussions internally about the lighting component?
Again, I don't recall that.
Once SEMA's work, the scope of SEMA's work was defined, did Mr. Field or Mr. Kirchhoff update you about what SEMA was going to be looking at?
I don't recall getting any. I don't recall the updates that may have taken place.
Okay. And I suspect I'll ask you this a number of times. When you say I don't recall, does that mean you don't remember one way or the other, or you're confident that it didn't happen?
I don't remember one way or the other.
Okay. Did you attend any meetings internally with the project team to discuss SEMA's work as it progressed?
I don't recall.
Do you recall attending any meetings with SEMA during this project?
No, I don't recall that.
Is that one where you have confidence that you did not, or you just don't remember either way?
I don't remember either way.
Did you receive updates from Mr. Field as the project progressed?
I don't recall that.
Okay, knowing you as you do and your practices as role as manager, would you expect to receive updates from Mr. Field as the project progressed?
Yeah, I would.
What kind of updates and how regularly would you expect to receive them?
So Mike was pretty thorough in identifying his work plan and what was on it, and what elements were being addressed through his staff and the contractors. So he would provide that kind of update on a regular basis. I don't have recollection of the particulars of each work plan or each work plan submission. Okay, so I think you answered the part about how what kind of updates, but
I think. But on this particular project, what sort of updates would you be expecting?
Regular updates, whatever transpired that may potentially impact the budgets or contracts in the future.
Okay. Did you have regularly scheduled check-ins with Mr. Field?
I don't recall that.
Is it part of your management style at the time to have scheduled check-ins with with those who reported directly to you?
So I'm looking at the top of paragraph 13, and I see, when Mike and Peter came over, I believe they came over at the PM level, the project manager level. I think at this point in time, he's reporting up through Gary Kirchhoff. In the future, we kind of grow the street lighting section a bit more, and Mike becomes an SPM. So I don't know if he's directly reporting to me at this moment in time, or if we're coming back up through Gary.
Okay. Fair enough. Registrar, could you go to page 35, please? And could you call it paragraphs 75 to 77? So we don't see anything to suggest that you were involved with some of the project initiation on this. But there was a project initiation, which included a PowerPoint presentation and minutes of meetings with SEMA, and that progresses in the usual course. There'd be process update meetings and then minutes coming from them. In July, Mr. Kirchhoff emailed Mr. Appleby, who is at SEMA, regarding mainline pavement treatment on the Red Hill, arising out of discussions about SEMA's recommendations or preliminary recommendations to this point. And Mr. Kirchhoff says, regarding the Red Hill Valley Parkway mainline pavement treatment, please be advised that the city's asset management section has retained Golder Associates to oversee all testing and monitoring of this specialized surface material. Please contact Ludomir directly should you require any additional information regarding weight and motion, friction testing on the RHVP mainline. So just stopping there and noting that you're not copied on this email. Were you aware in July 2013 that the asset management section had retained Golder to conduct or to oversee all testing and monitoring of the surface material on the Red Hill?
No, I was not.
Had you worked with Golder or with Ludomir Uzorowski before July 2013?
No, I had not.
Were you aware of the what Mr. Kirchhoff calls the specialized surface material? That is that the Red Hill was constructed using stone mastic asphalt?
No, I was not.
You're not a materials guy in terms of your background?
No, I'm not in my background.
I actually don't think I asked you. What is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science from the University of Toronto in surveying, and I'm a registered Ontario land surveyor.
Thank you. I know you said that the latter. I wasn't sure if you said the former. Were you aware in July of 2013 that Mr. Moore in particular had retained Golder to conduct a review of the condition of the Red Hill?
No, I was not.
Registrar, you can close this down. And if you could pull out paragraph 77 particularly. Thank you. So this is the same day, it's July of 2013. Mr. Field forwarded Mr. Appleby's message, which was a PowerPoint presentation in minutes, to Mr. Moore, to you, and to Mr. Kirchhoff. Recognizing you're not exactly sure about the reporting structure, do you know why Mr. Field sent the slides and minutes to all of Mr. Kirchhoff and you and to Mr. Moore?
No, I don't.
Was that his usual practice to forward these sorts of documents to not only his immediate supervisor, but also up the chain?
Are you asking if Mike routinely, sent everybody all the details from the meeting? Mike would send information when I think he thought it was relevant for people to either get a copy of or just further information.
Well, that seems like a good practice. Do you know why he did so in this case, including Mr. Kirchhoff, you, and Mr. Moore?
No, I don't. And isn't Mr. Kirchhoff on the first distribution?
He is. He received Mr. Appleby's initial copy of the PowerPoint presentation and the minutes.
Okay.
And you had said Mike would send information he thought was relevant to people to either for a copy of or further information. And I'm just wondering if you know why he sent these to you and to Mr. Moore.
No, I don't.
Do you recall having any discussions with Mr. Field after he sent you the PowerPoint presentation and minutes?
No, I do not.
Did you review the PowerPoint presentation and minutes when he sent them to you?
I can't recall.
Registrar, you can close this call out. The slides reference the collision review that SEMA has conducted, at least at a preliminary level. Registrar, could you go to HAM 51990, please? And to image 2, please. So this is the sort of overall summary of the recap of findings, and it references the collision analysis results as being a high proportion of SMV, single motor vehicle accidents, collisions in non-daylight conditions, and collisions in wet road surface conditions. Did Mr. Field convey to you any of these results of this collision analysis?
I can't recall.
Do you recall in 2013 being aware, even anecdotally, that there was a high proportion of some kinds of accidents on the Red Hill?
I'm not sure when I was aware or when that knowledge was acquired, but across the course of time, I am aware that the Red Hill was perceived as having higher than or a higher accident rate or collision rate.
Registrar, you can close this. I'm not going to take you through those slides. There's a lot of different recommendations that deal with signage and installation of beacons or a number of different things that I think would fairly fall under the scope of traffic engineering and operation. There's also a preliminary recommendation to do friction testing. Do you recall learning that either through reviewing the slides or from Mr. Field at the time in July of 2013?
No, I do not.
Was Mr. Moore involved in this work with SEMA, to your knowledge?
I don't I don't have that knowledge. I would expect he is, but that's just that's just a bit of a guess. So
Why would you expect that Mr. Moore would be involved in this project, given his role?
I mean, the Red Hill was opened in 2007. I think there was still, Gary still had a sort of a relationship with that road. So I would expect that the traffic would be consulting with him or Marco or whoever was part of the original group that was the constructors.
Did you have a perception at the time in 2013 that Mr. Moore still had still wanted to be involved in any issues that address the Red Hill?
I didn't have a perception he wanted to be involved. I had the understanding that he was, as a part of the background, that he had been the constructor and been involved in it from its inception.
And when you make that distinction between wanting to and being involved, do you mean other people brought him into issues around the Red Hill?
I don't know. I can't define whether Gary wanted to or not. I just know that it was part of some of the ongoing things that he would be doing.
Okay. Would his involvement in a project like this, at this level where there is a project manager involved, would that be something that was typical for Mr. Moore, sort of getting involved in the weeds at that level?
I don't think it would be typical, but again, the Red Hill's a large asset. So if we were doing, like a large tunneling project or a large structures project or an escarpment crossing or something that was significant, I would expect that he would get involved in that, but not in kind of subdivision work or something along those lines.
As this project came from the councillors via motion and then into SEMA being retained and through the process of SEMA's work, do you recall having discussions with Mr. Moore about his views on illumination on the Red Hill?
In 2013, no, I don't recall having those conversations.
Again, is that you can't remember either way, or?
Yeah, I can't remember either way.
Okay. Excuse me. Registrar, can you go to CIM 22409, please? Image 9. Registrar, I'll give you that that again, just in case got it. Registrar, could you call it the text on that page? This is from the notebooks of Mr. Malone at SEMA, and as it's not transcribed, but it reads Golf, Gord McGuire, and Gary Moore. Registrar, you could close this call out. It's dated August 20, 2013. You can close this out now. Thank you. When did you first meet Brian Malone?
I think, was Brian not an employee of the city at one point in time before he left for private sector?
He was. Did you know him when he was an employee at the city?
I think our paths crossed, or I had met him at one point. I also knew his wife, Betty. So I was familiar with Brian. I'm not exactly sure at what point in time in the timeline that I knew him.
Did you retain SEMA on any projects while you were manager of geomatics and corridor management?
I don't believe I did.
Did you ever golf with Mr. Malone and Mr. Moore, as implied by that note?
I mean, I can't recall golfing with Brian and Gary in 2013. I do know that we were at a couple of OPWA events, sort of more recent in time, but no, I don't recall anything in 2013.
Are you confident that that did not happen, or you just can't recall?
I can't recall.
Do you recall having any discussions over golf or otherwise with Mr. Malone and Mr. Moore about the Red Hill or the link in 2013?
No, I don't.
And I asked you about both Mr. Malone and Mr. Moore. Do you recall having any conversations directly with Mr. Malone in 2013 about the Red Hill?
No, I do not.
Registrar, can you go to OD6, page 62? And can keep, excuse me, could you call out 157, please? So we're now in October of 2013, and SEMA has progressed through its work to provide preliminary recommendations and work towards a report to be presented to staff, and the staff is working towards a staff report to be provided back to Public Works Committee. In terms of working with consultants, that's not surprising to you that that would be the process.
So I mean, the consultants provided us a report. The staff are gonna repackage it and bring it forward as a staff report.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's not atypical when dealing with consultants.
Nope, it's not.
Mr. Cooper, who was in the traffic operations and engineering group and was involved from that section with the SEMA project. He sent a 10-page draft of a staff report to Mr. Field, noting that the report was due that day. Mr. Field then forwarded the report to you and Mr. Kirchnop and Mr. Locks, who I think you mentioned before, and you'll see here his title at the time was Project Manager, Street Lighting Infrastructure Management. Registrar, you can close the call out. Do you recall receiving a copy of a draft staff report involving the 2013 SEMA project in October?
No, I don't.
And casting your mind back in time to your working relationship with Mr. Field in 2013, do you know why he was sending it to you?
So we're going back, a ways. I'm assuming or understand or would believe that Mike would forward me and Gary and Peter this if it meant something to the streetlight infrastructure, whether it was an addition or just a neutral position or something in the future.
So recognizing that this is a project that crosses between traffic engineering and operations and street lighting or lighting, that is Mr. Cooper is on it and Mr. Field is also reviewing this draft. What was your role as Mr. Field's immediate or indirect boss in finalizing this staff report?
I don't believe I had a role in finalizing the staff report. I think it was provided to us kind of as an information item. And Mike would have handled most, if not all, of the back and forth with the consultant.
I understand all the back and forth with the consultant, but now we're at the point where there's going to be a report to the Public Works Committee. And so once you get to that level, and recognizing this may have been an unusual circumstance because of the involvement of traffic engineering and operations, how did you view your role in getting staff reports to the Public Works Committee?
So my role in getting a traffic engineering report to Public Works Committee.
Well, I recognize that this might be an unusual circumstance compared to one that was where a staff report was done just by your section. But in this circumstance, what did you view your role to be in finalizing the staff report, if any?
I don't think I understand the question, given the witness's evidence that he didn't have a role in finalizing the staff report. I'm just confused as to what the question is.
The question is, I'm trying to understand what he thought his role would be. He said he didn't have a role, and I'm trying to understand if he thought that there was any role for him.
Okay.
At this point, I don't believe. Yeah, I think this is going forward with, as a report from another division with some information that I'm assuming, or that Mike and Peter have provided input on.
Registrar, can you go to HAM 41767? So this is the staff report that Mr. Cooper forwarded. Could you bring up the next image as well, please? Registrar, could you actually bring up image 2 and image 3, please? Apologies, I'm just looking for the particular section because I'm not seeing it on where I thought it was. Just give me one moment. Thank you. Registrar, could you pull up the bottom of image 2 and the very top of image 3, the bullet points? Thank you. So this is a reference. Again, this is not your drafting, a reference to the scope of the study that SEMA had conducted. And you'll see it has the first four bullets relate to traffic volume, speed, collisions, signs and marking, human factors, and roadside safety. So all things that are very much traffic operations and engineering's portfolio. And then the next is review of illumination in specific areas only, i.e. not through the study area. So just stopping there, did you understand by this point in the project that SEMA was not reviewing or assessing continuous illumination of the study area in this project?
No, I don't I don't think I was involved at the project in those specific details.
Registrar, you can close this call out. So recognizing those are quite specific details, the distinction between assessing continuous illumination of the entire study area, which is set out in the diagram or the map on image 2, versus at very specific areas, seems to be a pretty critical difference when it comes to the lighting component of this study. And do you recall having any discussions with Mr. Field over time about the decision the decision to not consider continuous illumination?
No, I don't.
Registrar, could you go to images 7 and 8, please? And if you can call out the bottom of image 7 underneath the table. So one of the references in this draft staff report to lighting is the lighting on the westbound Mud Street on-ramp, which is referenced as having the highest benefit cost ratio for the entire segment under review. And it says when the RHVP was originally constructed, it was decided not to provide lighting due to environmental / ecosystem concerns. As such, there's a comma in the wrong place. As such, staff prefers to defer this option as there have been some significant recent changes to signing on the ramp prior to the beginning of this review. And then it goes on to say we want to wait some time to see if those changes would be effective. Stopping there in 2013, what did you understand, if any? What was your understanding, if any, of the decision when the Red Hill was made about whether and how to illuminate?
I don't know in 2013 what my level of knowledge would have been on this. So I recall, I think it was, I don't know where we are in 2013. We had a sort of a reorganization. I've got the lighting group. Mike Field, I think, has been involved in the lighting area for a number of years. I think he was with Hart prior to that. So I rely on him for whatever's being proposed or dealt with on the lighting. And at this point in time, I don't think I have much knowledge about what either the project or the history of the project with respect to lighting.
Recognizing you said I don't have much knowledge about the project or the history of the project. Just so that I'm clear, you mean that the project to construct the Red Hill, or do you mean the 2013 SEMA project?
Both.
And so I think what I'm hearing your evidence is that you didn't have any information either way about why the Red Hill was lit in the way that it was when it was constructed in 2013. Is that right?
Yeah, that's a fair assessment of what I recall at this moment in time, looking back to 2013.
And you don't recall having discussions with anyone about the circumstances around construction in 2013?
No, not in 2013. I don't believe I had those conversations, but I know we had conversations as we move forward in time, but best of my recollection, they hadn't occurred at this time.
Thank you, Registrar. You can close this and close this down. Other than close the call out, and you can close the document. Other than the email from Mr. Field that we started, we just looked at a moment ago, were you involved in the drafting of the staff report that was eventually presented to the Public Works Committee?
I don't recall.
I have no there's no documents that the inquiry was received to suggest that you were. Does that refresh your memory about whether you were or not?
Well, I don't want to give you a definitive no because I don't recall. So I don't recall. I don't believe that I had any input into it, but that's my memory at this point in time.
Okay. The report, which was PW 13081, was presented to the Public Works Committee on November 18, 2013. And the inquiry has a video recording of that meeting. When Mr. Lupton testified, he identified a number of staff who were sitting in the council room during that committee meeting, and he identified you as one of the city staff that was in attendance. Recognizing it was a long time ago, do you recall attending that meeting?
No, I don't.
Not going to take you to the agenda, which might assist. If you'd like me to, I can. But do you know why you were attending that meeting?
So from a high level perspective, the section that I was running at the time, we did a fair amount of real estate matters, bylaws, and things like that. So I was at Public Works Committee on a fairly regular basis. I can't tell you if I was or wasn't at one specific meeting. And if Jeff has identified me on the video, then I mean, obviously I was there, but I don't know why.
Perhaps I'll put it in this context, recognizing you went to lots of meetings for your own purposes, that is geomatics and corridor management purposes. Did you have a practice of going to Public Works Committee meetings when staff reports involving anything under your portfolio was being submitted?
Generally.
And given this atypical circumstance where you have the crossover between traffic engineering and operations and lighting, was this the kind of report that you would make an effort to go to the Public Works Committee when it was presented?
And I don't know if they were live streaming them at the time or not. If I didn't have a reason to be there to speak, if I wanted to just note and see what the committee was deliberating on, and staff were there, or there was an item of interest, I would put the streaming on. So I don't know when the streaming started. This is 2013, so I'm not sure. I could have attended to try and understand what the deliberations were, or it could have been there for another reason.
Okay. Prior to attending the Public Works Committee meeting, did you review the final staff report that was submitted to Public Works on this project?
I don't recall that.
Would it be part of your practice to review staff reports that included components from individuals under your portfolio?
Generally, yes, but I don't know in this instance if, I'm trying to, this isn't coming from the traffic engineering group, so Mike Field would have had it. We're not making a recommendation. I don't think we're co-authors on it either. So I might just try and get some understanding of what they were saying around the assets that we were mandated to manage at that time. But I don't recall whether I reviewed or commented on that report.
There was also the underlying consultant report that which you I think fairly said would be sort of repackaged into the staff report. Do you recall reviewing a copy of the 2013 SEMA report?
No, I don't.
There is some discussion about this report, in particular about lighting at this Public Works Committee meeting. Do you recall councillors making comments about lighting in respect of this report at that meeting?
I don't recall councils making comments about lighting at that meeting. I do know that there was and I'm not sure exactly the timeframe from from now and backwards. There's been comments around the Red Hill is dark or there's a need for illumination. So I don't know exactly when those comments are. I heard those comments, but it wouldn't surprise me if they were brought up during the presentation of this report.
So what I think I can fairly summarize for you is that Councillor Collins and Councillor Jackson both say, thank you very much for this report. Seems comprehensive. We don't want to lose sight of lighting going forward. So we'll accept this report, but we don't want to abandon the idea of installing lighting. Does that refresh your memory about this meeting or about the councillors' views in respect of this report?
Not a lot, no, but I mean, that was an ongoing conversation around lighting in the Red Hill.
Registrar, can you bring up OD6, page 79, please? And if you can pull out paragraph 201. So in fact, the councillors as a whole, following Councillor Collins and Councillor Jackson's comments about not losing sight of the issue of lighting, directed staff to report back in respect of the lighting aspects of the outstanding business list C, which was the overall report, and that outstanding business list, so this is a council follow-up, is distributed from the General Manager of Public Works down into the directors of the Public Works Department, including Mr. Moore, and this gets trickled down to you. Does that assist you in refreshing your memory about the outcome of the Public Works Committee meeting, that this eventually made its way back onto an outstanding business list item?
Sorry, no, I understand that there were a number of OBLs and inquiries around lighting. I don't have direct recollection of this one on this date at this time.
Okay. Registrar, can you close the call out and go to HAM 4334? So as I said, this makes its way from the general manager's office down into the directors, and then you'll see Ms. Cameron, who is Mr. Moore's assistant at the time, emails Mr. Field, Mr. Locks, you, and Mr. Moore, setting out the outstanding business list item. Did you have any discussions with Mr. Field or Mr. Moore regarding the OBL item when Ms. Cameron forwarded it to you?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Registrar, could you, actually, before we close this down, who in particular would be responsible for ensuring that this item was completed?
Well, I mean, so I'm trying to recall or reconcile this, but the lighting would generally be a part of a larger program. So I'm not sure if was there other directions from council at that time, or was it just directed straight to illumination?
So I'm sure there was many other directions from Public Works and Council on that day, but in respect of the staff report that packaged up the 2013 SEMA report. That report was accepted, and then this was the outstanding businesses item that came back in respect of the lighting aspects in particular.
Okay.
So does that assist you with who would be responsible for ensuring that this item was complete?
Not enormously. SEMA would be, I think a SEMA had been retained by the traffic engineering group. This is coming back over to us, and I think as you realize over time, the street lighting group goes back to operations sometime in, I think, 2020 or something along those lines. So I'm not 100% sure who's going to pick this one up and run with it, if that's what you're asking me.
That is what I'm asking you. And I said, I asked who, and I did mean, who in terms of which individual, but also when you received this, which division did you understand was going to be running with this?
Well, it's coming back to us, but I'm not certain if this is part of a larger program or look at the area. So I don't know if it's us or if it's traffic engineering or a collaborative effort.
Okay, and just I think I have another document that might assist you with this. Registrar, could you bring up HAM 4361? So this is a few days later. You'll see that Charlene Hans-Laurie, who I understand is Mr. Mader's assistant, says, "Hi, Nancy, I've been advised that the following OBL will be completed by engineering services. Can you please change the lead? Can you please have the lead division changed?" And then it gets forwarded to Ms. Cameron, and then it goes to you, and you respond to that same group of people on the last email and say, "I thought this was not our report." Do you recall coming out of this back and forth where it seems clear that Mr. Mader's group thinks that this is an engineering services issue? From this point, who you understood was responsible for completing this OBL item?
So I don't have a direct recollection of this, but it appears that I'm, at that moment in time, confused about who's got the lead.
I think that's correct. So I assume that you got through your confusion in some way. Do you recall how you informed yourself and what the outcome was?
No, I don't.
So sitting here today, you can't recall coming out of this email who was responsible for completing this OBL item?
So did this illumination review end up as part of the 2015 SEMA assignment, or are you asking if we took off on our own?
We are certainly going to follow this through to what becomes the lighting study in 2018, but I'm asking, at the time in 2013, did you understand that engineering services had responsibility for responding to this OBL item?
At this point, I appear to be confused about it. So I mean, maybe there's further documents you can turn me to.
There's not, which is I'm asking, you must have dealt with your confusion in some way. Do you remember at some point in 2014, which we're now at the beginning of 2014, if you came to understand that this OBL item fell under engineering services?
So again, you're asking me to go back 9 years. I don't have a recollection of it. I do see in the subject it says OBL item for Q2 2015. This is Q1 of 2014. So sometime between in that time frame, I think that the item gets addressed in the SEMA report, but I'm not positive of that.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to OD6, page 86, please? So just on the point of when this was going to come back around in terms of an OBL item, Registrar, can you pull out 224? On January 15, 2014, Mr. Moore emailed Mr. Lupton, and Mr. White in traffic engineering and operation under the energy fleet division, and Mr. Locks, Mr. Field, you and Nancy Clark, and he said that he'd had a conversation with Councillor Collins, and he is not expecting anything until the improvements suggested and approved in the last report have been implemented. And there has been a reasonable time for those to comment on their effectiveness. He says he would not be looking for anything in 2014. And then Ms. Clark says this is an OBL item that will have to go beyond this term of council and cannot at this time be given date, certainly not before sorry, I think I might have misspoke on that. That will have to go beyond this term of council and cannot at this time be given date, at least not in certainty before Q4 2015. So it looks like Mr. Moore has had a conversation with Mr. Collins to confirm what the expectations are about when this OBL item will be required to go back before Public Works Committee. Do you recall having any discussions with Mr. Moore about this OBL item after he sent this email?
No, I don't. So I'm just reading through this.
Sure, go ahead.
So Gary's had a conversation with Councillor Collins. And the improvements suggested and approved are those ones being implemented by traffic engineering?
That's right, as part of the broader
broader
staff
scheme.
report from the SEMA project.
Okay, and so we're waiting for that effectiveness, and then this will get tied into whatever's happening there and come back in, looks like mid to late 2015.
That's right. So did you have any discussions with Mr. Moore? I think you might have already said you don't recall.
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you recall having discussions with Mr. Field about this OBL item coming out of this email from Mr. Moore?
I don't recall directly having conversations with Mike about this one. I do recall conversations about programming and scheduling potential lighting improvements, and I don't know when those started and then what the implications were, but I'm not sure if they started at this point or further on.
So I have a little clarity in your evidence just a moment ago. You recall having conversations with Mike about programming and scheduling potential lighting improvements. Do you mean lighting improvements on the Red Hill?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Can you give a bit more information about the programming and scheduling of lighting improvements? In particular, what programming and scheduling of lighting improvements?
So the upshot of a study or whatever comes, let's if you fast forward and say, okay, there's a desire or a need to apply lighting in any area, that has to get programmed. So we have to find money for it. It's got to be put into a budget and then assigned to a calendar year or a capital cycle, and then it has to get coordinated with any other works that are taking place in that area. And then from a lighting perspective, I'm not 100% sure about the connections for power. I mean, those are always a bit of a challenge. So it might be a fairly long run. And potentially because it's rock there might be some trenching or drilling required. So those were the sorts of things that would be discussed around, the programming and application of it.
Okay, I guess I was asking for a bit more detail on that because I was trying to see if I might be able to assist you with when those discussions might have happened. As you know, and we'll get through over the next couple of days, that there was a fair bit of discussion about lighting over time. Can you pinpoint at all when these discussions about programming and scheduling with Mr. Field occurred?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wonder if we could take the witness to a document that might be relevant to Mr. McGuire's understanding of who was responsible for the OBL item coming out of that 2013 PwC meeting. And it is at OD 6, image 140, and specifically paragraph 410, and the attachment therein might be helpful.
Thanks very much, Ms. Contractor. We are right in the middle of something, talking about something else, so we can certainly come back to that.
Well, I think if you're asking him to recall this relevant to that question, I think this document might be useful to help frame those discussions and generally his understanding.
Well, let me interject for just a second. I think the question is, does he recall any specific project that was being programmed and scheduled? And if so, when? And that's a separate question. I think we should proceed down that road first, and then we can come back to the document to which Ms. Contractor you've just referred.
So I don't recall any specific project or scheduled installation of lighting because this OBL, I think, is asking for a study or an illumination review.
This one is acting for a report back. I think, and perhaps this is just because that lighting issues do go on for some time. There is eventually a request for a study. Is that the time period in which you recall having discussions with Mr. Field about programming and scheduling issues?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say yes, but I don't know what those timeframes are.
Okay, well, we will come to them when we go through the chronology, and we will also come to what happens in 2015 with SEMA. And as we get to those points, I certainly invite you to call back to the conversation we're having right now and let me know if you can recall when those scheduling discussions occurred. I am going to move on. I don't believe I need to take Mr. McGuire to the document referenced by Ms. Contractor at this point.
Well, I'm not sure why that would be, given that you've asked him the question and taken him to a few documents, and he's indicated that he doesn't recall, but he's asked to see whether there are any other relevant documents. So,
Contractor, I don't think that it's appropriate to question the process that Commission Counsel has in mind. That's why you have the right to re-examine. So if you feel that there's something that's missing that should be brought to the attention of the commission, that's your opportunity to do so.
fair enough, Mr. Commissioner. I just wanted to ensure that we were being fair to the witness by putting documents relevant to the question.
That's fine, but the way we are being fair to the witness is by giving you and the other participants an opportunity to examine in your own right.
Thank you.
Mr. McGuire, just to close the loop, I think you had mentioned something about this coming back in 2015, and certainly the document that Ms. Contractor refers to, which is from 2015, we will come to that just to ensure that you don't have any concerns about not having documents that are relevant before you. Registrar, could you close this and can you go to page 102? And I'm just going to read to you the bottom of 269 because it goes on to the next page. So just so they don't have to call out a number of call outs. So this is in February of 2014. So you've already had that back and forth. The OBL item has been communicated to you. And a member of the public emailed Ms. Clark about an issue on the Red Hill. And it's in particular, it starts at the bottom. I would like to bring your attention to a serious lack of lighting on the Red Hill Expressway, as well as a stretch of Mud Street between Paramount and Winterberry. Registrar, could you go to image 103 and 104, please? At the top, and again, I'm not going to call this out, although I recognize the font is small. The member of the public goes on to say it poses a real danger when driving, especially when the weather conditions are bad. And then Ms. Clark and Registrar, could you pull this up? 270 and 271. Ms. Clark responds, adding Mr. Moore and Ms. Cameron, who is still Mr. Moore's assistant, and Ms. Cameron, excuse me, forwards this email to Mr. Field and to you, requesting that they review below and provide an update to Gary that can be shared. Just stopping there, and you can close this call out, Registrar, and if you can open up the next paragraph, 272, as a call out. And then Mr. Moore provides a response. So I'll just give you a moment to review this response. And while you're doing so, my question is, were you involved in preparing this response that Mr. Moore eventually sends to the member of the public the following day?
No, I don't recall being involved in preparing this response.
Okay. The second paragraph says, with regard to the Parkway, the approval that was received for its construction is based on the illumination currently provided for environmental and social impact reasons. And then there is reference to signage, road markings, and other non-illumination improvements to aid driver awareness. Do you recall having any discussions with Mr. Field or Mr. Moore in respect of the information Mr. Moore provides, that is the approval for illumination at construction?
No, I don't recall having any conversations at this point in time.
Okay. You said earlier in 2013 you weren't sure about why the Red Hill was illuminated as it was at construction. By February of 2014, did you have any further knowledge about why the Red Hill was illuminated the way that it was?
So based on this, and I'm not sure when I gathered this information, my understanding was in that the project considered lighting, however, it wasn't advanced in the final phase of it.
Did you have any other insight by February of 2014 about why it was that it considered lighting, but in the end, lighting wasn't advanced?
No, I don't.
You didn't in 2014?
No.
Okay. Commissioner, I'm noting that it is 11 o'clock, which is our usual time for our morning break. And I'm moving on to a different topic.
Sure, well, that's fine. Let's take the 15-minute break that we normally take at this time. We'll return at 11:15.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. I noted that I did not mark a document that is not currently an exhibit that I raised with Mr. McGuire just before the break. It is HAM 4361, and it was the document where Mr. McGuire said he thought it was not our report, and that should be marked as exhibit 86.
Noted. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Mr. McGuire, going back a bit in time from what we were just looking at, which is September of 2013, there was a pretty significant rainfall that led to some collisions on the Red Hill, and then an external exchange among people in road operations and traffic operations and safety, and later risk management, describing the concerns about slippery conditions and next steps internally to look into those. Were you aware of discussions in September 2013 arising out of this significant rainfall?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Registrar, can you go to OD6, page 57 and 58, please? And can you call out paragraph 145 at the bottom of 57? And it goes on to the top of 58. So one of the suggestions made by those who are involved in the discussion about these rainstorms is to raise the issue at the TCC. And there is a meeting of the Transportation Coordinating Committee on September 24, 2013. Minutes were taken, and you'll see here there's a list of attendees and a list of regrets and guests, and then some CCs for the minutes. And you are listed under regrets. So just before we get into this particular meeting, were you a regular attendee of the Transportation Coordinating Committee?
I recall attending that committee on a few occasions. I don't know how regularly they met or how long it went.
Were you a member of that committee?
I can't recall.
Do you recall what the purpose of the Transportation Coordinating Committee was?
Well, given at the time, the sort of traffic planning, development planning group was in geomatics, I'm expecting or assuming that this committee is reviewing and trying to determine aspects of the transportation network. So if we're adding new roads or new connections, et cetera.
You'll see one of the attendees is Gary Kirchhoff, who was, I think I have his title right, Senior Project Manager in Traffic Planning at the time. What would your role have been in going to this committee if Mr. Kirchhoff was there?
I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to recall back what the scale and scope of this committee was.
Okay, but it sounds like from your evidence that this was not a significant part of your work or the committees that you attended in 2013. Is that fair?
It doesn't. I don't recall it as.
So you didn't attend this particular meeting. There is a reference to Mr. White suggesting he's going to get some collision information in the minutes. Did anyone raise any issues with the Red Hill with you following this meeting?
Not to my recollection.
Registrar, you can close this down. If you can go to page 60 of OD6, please. And if you can pull up 151. So this is an email that you are not copied on. It is a continuation of the discussions amongst those who are talking about the September rainstorms. And this one is Mr. Moore to Mr. McLennan in risk, Mr. Scheinel in operations, Mr. White in traffic engineering and operations, Mr. Mader, Mr. White's boss, and Mr. Lepton also sandwiched between Mr. White and Mr. Mader. Mr. Moore says, as part of the ongoing pavement monitoring for asset management purposes, we will have skid resistance testing completed on both the Link and the Red Hill. There is a standard by which we can report on relative level of resistance and by which we can gauge the performance of each mix and road surface. As a callback to emails that Mr. McLennan had sent, Mr. Moore references eliminating the ought to have knowns, as well as dealing with it. We think it was slippery issues. So I asked you earlier in the context of July 2013, if you were aware that Golder had been retained to conduct an assessment, a condition assessment on the Red Hill by September or October of 2013. Were you aware of Golder's retainer?
No, I was not.
Mr. Moore from this email then does contact Dr. Guzarowski to ask if SID testing can be completed. Were you aware that Mr. Moore retained Golder to conduct friction testing on the Red Hill and the Link in the fall of 2013?
No, I was not.
Prior to the second half of 2018, were you ever provided with results or information relating to friction testing conducted in the fall of 2013?
No, I was not.
Do you have any experience or expertise in friction testing?
No, I do not.
Registrar, you could close this, and if you can go to page 101, please. Would you call that 102 as well, please? Can you call it paragraph 265 at the bottom of 101 that continues on to 202? So just for context, Golder does retain a subcontractor to complete friction testing as part of a larger project that Golders were doing on it. It's called now the 6-year review of the RHVP. And Golder in mid-February puts in an invoice that deal for a pre-tax amount of $2,000 for costs associated with preparation of the draft report and analysis of friction results. I'm just providing this to you as a bit of context. Registrar, you could close this down, and if you can call it the next paragraph, please. So that invoice is received by the city on February 24, and you approve it with a notation that you are acting director. The inquiry has heard some evidence about acting directors and how individuals can be appointed for a day or for a short period of time if the director is away. Do you recall in February of 2014 if you were made acting director for a period of time?
So my recollection of the the acting role is it was generally on a rotation. So you would get assigned, I don't know, there's 6 directors, you would be every 6 months. And in the event that the director was away on a conference or a vacation, it would be either in your calendar that you were acting in the event that they were away. So no, I don't have any direct recollection of being the acting director in February, but that's sort of the mechanism.
Registrar, could you close this down and go to HAM 56546? Mr. McGuire, I just want to ensure that you actually see that the invoice that is referenced in the OD. And so you'll see at the bottom of that, it's the stamp is Gary Moore Director, but then it says Gordon McGuire Acting. Would you have reviewed the any underlying information before approving this invoice?
No. Invariably, the admin at the time, and it looks like Diana's handwriting, would assemble a series or a file folder of things that you needed to sign, invoices or payment requisitions or something along those lines, bring them forward, and you'd have to trust that the staff had properly prepared them and had the correct, so I'm just looking to see here, invoice or the correct PO numbers on them, and they were good to be processed.
When you were in these acting roles, was this kind of task processing a package of materials, including an invoice that Ms. Cameron provided to you, was that a routine administrative task?
Yeah, correct.
Did you speak to Mr. Moore about this invoice for this project when he returned?
No, I did not.
Registrar, you can close this. Can you go back to OD6, page 132, please? And could you call out 377? So we're now at the end of February, the end of 2014 in December. And Rob Merritt, who is a traffic signal technologist, sent an email to you and to Bob Paul, who is in operations, Mr. McCleary, who is also in operations, and Mr. Christian, who is also in operations, and Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Jacobson, who I believe you know, David Ferguson. And he says, I wanted to advise you of some improvements we are undertaking for lane demarcation along the Parkway by way of installing recessed reflective delineators or cat's eyes in a particular area, Green Hill to Dartnall. And he goes on to say these improvements have been brought forward to address concerns relating to illumination and visibility in this section of the RHVP. And it says Dufferin will be completing work on it has a particular date. Were you involved in the decision to implement the installation of recessed reflective delineators?
No, I wasn't.
Before this email, were you aware that that was a countermeasure to address illumination visibility along the section of the Red Hill?
I recall having a conversation with Chris Jacobs, and I'm not sure if it was prior to or post installation on these, but yeah, that's my recollection.
Looking at this notice of information, can you provide any insight into why you were copied on this email?
I'm going to speculate a little bit here, but it looks like traffic ops is just trying to make sure that we understand what they're doing, and as it related to illumination, since the street lighting section was with us, that may be the reason that Rod copied us on it or sent it to me.
Okay. Sitting here today, you can't think of any other reason why you would have been copied on this email that went to roads ops and traffic engineering and ops people?
No.
Okay. Excuse me. Registrar, could you close this and go to page 139, please? And can you call out paragraphs 403 to 406? So we're in February of 2015 here, and you'll see I'm including 403 at the top and draw your attention to that. Mr. Ferguson emailed Mr. Cooper, copying Mr. Warren. So all of those are in traffic operations and engineering. And he says, can you please prepare an update report on the Red Hill based on the action items we identified in our previous report and identify what has been completed along with action items still to be completed. So you'll recall that the 2013 SEMA report included a whole bunch of countermeasures that were really under the portfolio of traffic operations and engineering. And this, I suggest to you, is a sort of follow-up that Mr. Ferguson wants to provide. He also says it should be short and sweet and include the recommendation that the item be removed from the Public Works OBL. So that you can skip over 404 and then go to 405. Ms. Cameron emailed Mr. Field with the subject line report Red Hill Parkway improvements lighting. Why don't we actually go into that document? It is HAM 4577. So Ms. Cameron emails Mr. Field, did you email Dave Ferguson? If so, can you send me a copy? And Mike Field responds, not yet. I will send an email over the weekend and copy you on it. I briefly discussed it with Gordo today. So just stopping there, this is February of 2015. I can tell you that there is a Public Works Committee meeting scheduled, which is eventually heard in May of 2015. Mr. Ferguson is looking to have his staff do an update. There's a reference here to Gordo, which I think is you. Do you recall speaking to Mr. Field about reporting back to Public Works in respect of lighting in or around the end of February of 2015?
So yeah, I have a recollection of us being involved or engaged with, I think it was the 2015 SEMA update. I'm not sure if this is the genesis of it or if Mike's just commenting on this, the staff report.
Thank you. So you're quite right, and I'm sorry I didn't provide you with that additional context. This is the 2015 SEMA report is being dealt with in 2015. In February of 2015, it doesn't seem that sorry, I'll take a step back. In February of 2015, the SEMA 2015 report or project is not yet underway. This is, and maybe this will help you in terms of just chronology, in May of 2015, which is coincidentally a Public Works Committee meeting where traffic engineering and operations intended to report on Red Hill improvements. In early May, there are 2 young women who die in a car crash on the Red Hill. So this is before that and before the 2015 SEMA project.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to be clear that the documents suggest that there were discussions as in late 2014 about engaging SEMA to do a review of the Red Hill. So the Commission Council is correct that SEMA is not engaged until after May, but there are those discussions, and I just wanted the witness to have that context.
I am fine to have that context. I think that evidence is a little unclear, but there were certainly some discussions in 2014. SEMA is doing a link study in 2014. I'm not sure if any of that assists you in providing some context, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. McGuire, about the back and forth that you see here with Mr. Field referencing Mr. Ferguson and discussions with you. Does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Do you recall having any discussions with Mr. Field more generally about lighting in or around 2015?
Yeah, I mean, I think I previously referenced, and which was, I guess, part of the, the expansion of the discussion about the 2015 assignment to SEMA. I wasn't sure when it originated, whether it originated in 2014 or it commenced in 2015. But yeah, I recall having conversations with Mike about that.
Okay. Do you recall specifically having conversations about the need to follow up on the OBL item that asked staff to report back on lighting?
No, I don't have a specific. I don't have a specific recollection of that.
Okay. And in respect of the 2015 SEMA project, the inquiry doesn't have any documents which suggest that you were directly involved in that project. Were you?
So my understanding is that SEMA took kind of the whole bundle of things to review, including illumination, and went through that process. And I don't believe I had a significant involvement in it.
Were you aware at the time that SEMA was taking that whole bundle and doing what became the 2015 SEMA report?
Yeah, I believe I was aware. I think in conversation with Mike Field, but again, the lighting element of it was sort of a part of the overall package.
In 2013, Mr. Field was involved with Mr. Cooper. To your recollection, did he have the same level of involvement in the 2015 report?
I don't have a recollection of his involvement in the 2015 report. I would expect he's a contributor to it, but I'm not. I mean, I think that's casting around a little bit.
Okay, you just don't have any particular recollection either way?
No, correct.
Moving forward, Registrar, you can take this down. Moving forward in time, Registrar, could you bring up OD 7, page 108, please? Can you also bring up 109? Thank you. So in September of 2016, Mr. Moore submitted a report prepared by you and Mr. Field, and that's referenced in paragraph 341 at the bottom of 108. And the report commented on the 2015 SEMA report and the 2015 SEMA link report. I'm actually going to pull out the report that was submitted. Registrar, could you go to HAM 58680? Thank you, Registrar. Mr. McGuire, you'll see that you submitted, you prepared this document, which was submitted by Mr. Moore. At the time in 2016, was the process for providing information reports that the most senior person within the division would be the person who submitted it. Is that your recollection?
Generally, generally the reports were submitted through the director's office and then authored by the managers or subject matter experts.
Okay. And you are listed as one of the two who prepared it. Do you recall the preparation of this information report?
Not in great detail. I have some recollection of it, but not a great one.
Okay, well, why don't we go through it? But if you'd like to just take another minute, looks like you're reading it. I'm happy to give you a moment to do that before I ask my next question.
Okay.
So you'll see in the first two paragraphs on the left-hand image, there's a reference to the December 7, 2015 Public Works meeting in which the Public Works Committee directed staff to report to the Public Works Committee on information on the cost and process of investigating an improved lighting system on the Red Hill Parkway and Link. So that December 7th, 2015 Public Works Committee meeting is the one in which Traffic Engineering and Operations submitted the 2015 SEMA report, just to give you some context. And maybe just stopping there, do you recall attending the December 7th, 2015 Public Works Committee meeting in particular?
No, I don't, not in particular.
Okay. And it goes on to say this direction was in response to the review and discussion of the Link and Parkway and Red Hill Safety Review report PW 15091, which I think is the staff report, which I'm going to ask, were you involved in preparing? It was the one that packaged up the 2015 SEMA report.
No, I don't believe I had involvement in that.
Okay. As part of the preparation of this information report, did you review either the underlying consultant reports that are referenced in that staff report or the staff report itself?
So I recall having a conversation with Mike and a review, I believe, of the assessment of the lighting through the SEMA report. But I don't believe I would have read the entire SEMA report in its, for the other elements.
Okay, I see. Yeah, it is a lengthy report that deals with a lot of traffic signage and those sorts of things. But you do recall reviewing it, at least the parts that were about illumination?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So this report from September 2016, Registrar, could you actually bring out the bottom two paragraphs just for ease of review? Make it a little bigger. And sorry, just before I go into that, you said you did review the study, at least the report, the parts on illumination. So you were aware, as this report is being drafted, that SEMA recommended installation of continuous illumination as a long-term countermeasure in the 2015 report?
Yeah, I believe I am.
Okay. So in these two paragraphs that are up, there's reference to the design and construction of both parkways with partial illumination at the exit/entrance ramps and without continuous illumination on the mainline corridors. and that lighting at interchanges and cross street overpasses provides additional inadvertent partial illumination in some locations. And then it goes on to say the original environmental assessment completed for the parkways included a review of lighting. It was identified that through the Red Hill Creek Valley, that lighting would have a detrimental environmental impact and lighting restrictions were imposed. It goes on to say the decision regarding adding lighting on the parkways would require renewing and updating the original EA so that the impacts of lighting could be re-examined. So just stopping there, what was your role in gathering information to draft this part of this report?
I think my recollection is that Mike Field was primarily doing the lifting and the research. I was involved in it. I think further on, it talks about the $6 to $10 million or potential investment. So trying to understand what that meant from a project perspective.
Okay. So in this part, the reference to the original environmental assessments, had you ever reviewed the original environmental assessment documentation?
I had not reviewed that documentation
To your knowledge?
to my knowledge, no.
To your knowledge, had Mr. Field reviewed original environmental assessment documentation in order to draft this section of the information report?
To my knowledge, Mike had some pretty significant, pretty detailed background on the project. I'm not sure if you read the entire environmental assessment. I think it's probably a fairly lengthy document, or some of the studies that fed into it.
Okay, so you say to your knowledge, he had detailed background on the project. Do you mean the construction of the Red Hill?
Yeah, correct.
And you say to your knowledge, he had this. In particular, did he advise you that he had read background information?
I don't recall that.
Okay, did he advise you of the source of his information to draft this particular paragraph?
No, I don't recall him, specifically defining the source.
Did he convey to you that he had learned this information through a source other than documentation?
Like such as a conversation or?
Yeah, exactly. And maybe I'll even be more specific. Did he ever tell you about any discussions he had with Mr. Moore in which he learned information about the original environmental assessment process?
So we had conversations. I believe there's some other records, and there was an email from Gary earlier that indicated that the project considered lighting, but only selected it as noted in the first paragraph, at interchanges and cross street overpasses. So the decision point lighting, and then it is going to require an updated environmental assessment. So yeah, that part of it was something I understood as well.
Something that you understood had originated from Mr. Moore?
Well, no, so yeah, something that I understood would be required in order to continue to move forward. So I'm looking at the last two sentences in the second paragraph.
Okay, we'll certainly go through some of the documentation. You said there's some reference to some other records. In particular, did you have any discussions with Mr. Field about getting information from Mr. Moore in order to draft this?
I can't recall directly, but I do know there were ongoing conversations and referencing that email from Gary again that indicated that lighting was considered and not included in the Red Hill project. and that any such, extension or addition to it would require either a new EA or an extension to the other EA, which I think by this point in time has probably expired.
Okay. It goes on to say, it would be prudent to delay any such EA review so that this may be coupled with other proposed changes such as widening the link/Red Hill to 6 lanes. Do you recall at this time, so we're in 2016, that there had been some discussion in the media, sort of in the generally about the potential to widen either of the parkways?
I don't recall exactly when those discussions commenced, but I do recall discussions or conversations around widening both of the facilities.
Okay, who felt it would be prudent to delay the EA review?
Well, I mean, that would be, probably myself, Gary and Mike. Because if we commenced an environmental assessment review just for illumination, it would have to be informed by all of those other decisions that were going to be made around potentially widening or any other improvements.
Just that I can better understand that, why would it be prudent to delay a EA review? And maybe I'll ask this question differently. When it says EA review, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, what I'm reading in this is that we're going to require either an update to the original environmental assessment or a new one. So it's prudent to delay either one of those processes until such time as we've got kind of a more fulsome scope. The EA would be probably a multi-year environment or a multi-year process. And if I remember correctly, in the second to last paragraph, we indicated it was a $6 to $10 million project, which would require I don't know the dollar value on the EA, but it would require a significant study that would just address the lighting component of the Red Hill, not the other components.
Okay, so just so that I understand, the reference here to EA review would not be a review of the current EA, but it would be the renewing and updating the original EA. That's what EA review means?
Correct. I mean, there's a period of time that you can amend or update an EA, and I'm not sure if we're past it or not at this time.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this down and call out the text and the image on the right-hand side? And just before we get to this, one last question on that last bit, the EA review and its prudency. In 2016, what did you understand the timeline for the proposed changes like widening to be?
I don't think I understood a timeline. I don't know, wasn't, in the next year, and I'm not sure at that point in time it had been programmed or considered into even the 5-year.
Okay. So in short, the idea of pausing an EA review until the issue of widening had been until the other proposed changes were being considered, that would have meant in effect that it could be a very significant period of time before the EA process commenced. Is that what you understood in 2016?
Yeah, correct. Well, so a couple of points there. I think a decision needs to be made. And so if you go to, the installation of lighting will require pole bases and trenching and potentially, if it was center running, potentially protection around it. So all of that then would ask the question, what are we doing with the storm systems? Are we doing a widening? Is there bridge works that we need to do? So I think it's, what we're saying here is that there's a lot of elements in the Red Hill to consider. And let's not just advance one and then find out, oh, well, we've got kind of an assessment on just one element, but we didn't consider or should have considered others prior to making these decisions.
I see. You said earlier that I think that you were involved in the drafting or the information that went into the drafting of the fourth paragraph that references the preliminary high-level estimates indicate that the cost to install lighting would be in the range of 6 to 10 million, depending on many factors. And then it goes on operationally what the annual operation cost would be for the installation of lighting. How were you involved in the drafting or the preparation for drafting of that paragraph?
Again, to my recollection, we were trying to determine what the cost would be in different areas. And this was for both the Link and the Red Hill for installing pole bases in rock and or running them in a different location. So I believe Mike, and I'm kind of casting back here, I believe Mike prepared a couple of different scenarios on what the cost might be here. And that's where we came up with that range.
Okay, and when you're saying we and your evidence just now, is it you and Mr. Field or you and Mr. Field and Mr. Moore?
In general, I would say with Mike Field in this on this part of it.
In the last paragraph, it says the staff report that packaged up the 2015 SEMA report discussed the safety benefits associated with continuously lighting the parkways. The consultant review included a high-level discussion relating to lighting. The high-level review was not comprehensive enough to give to guide any staff recommendations. And in order to fully understand the benefits, risks, and challenges of adding continuous lighting, a more fulsome review and business analysis would be required to be undertaken. So can you explain in a bit more detail what was missing from the consultant report that you thought needed to be part of a comprehensive or a more fulsome review?
No, I don't think I can provide a lot more detail on that. I think Mike would have had kind of hands-on on this. He would be the subject matter expert on what the consultant had provided and what we would need to get a little bit more information or more information in order to kind of make an informed decision.
Okay. Did you discuss with him how he came to the approximate cost of such a study?
No, I mean, I think at that point in time, we were trying to determine whether or not it was within roster limits or would be something that would require to go out on its own RFP. I think the roster limits at that time were $100,000. So my reading of this is we assume or made the determination that it would be within that limit.
Did you and Mr. Fields discuss what would be included in the scope of this more fulsome review?
Potentially, but I can't recall.
Can you explain why staff didn't recommend doing this more fulsome review in this report rather than just advising of the approximate cost of it?
Sorry, can you ask me that again?
Sure. Can you explain why staff did not recommend doing this report rather than just advising of its approximate cost?
No, I don't think so what you're asking is why aren't we making a recommendation to proceed with a new study?
Yes.
So that would be a different report. It would be recommendation report. And that wasn't, from what I'm seeing, the intent of this report.
Well, I understand it wasn't the intent, but why wasn't it the intent?
So I at this point in time, I mean, we're looking at the existing project determinations on whether or what lighting was allowed, and then the other potentials around kind of a larger assessment. So I don't think recommending a lighting study at this point in time, in absence of all the other elements that needed to be considered, was something that we were going to bring forward.
I wonder if we could just put this call out down and so he can take a look at the full report, including the council direction. It might be relevant to that.
Of course. Registrar, can you close this call out? Mr. McGuire, in the very first paragraph, the direction was to provide information on the cost and process of investigating an improved lighting system. And I'm going to suggest to you that a process for investigating an improved lighting system would have or could have included saying you should go get a consultant report. And I'm wondering why that wasn't the direction that you and Mr. Field and Mr. Moore went in.
So again, back to sort of the high level, to do a standalone lighting assessment driven by the street lighting group without getting the information from transportation and operations and what may be required for additional storm drainage and things like that wouldn't result in, we would have potentially a report that would allow you to or disallow you to do lighting, but wouldn't consider any of the other elements.
Okay, so but why wouldn't you do a comprehensive report that would include getting information from transportation, operations, storm drainage, et cetera?
So that would then be not an information report. It would be a joint report and require, I think we end up getting to that point with PW 1800A or 1800A, and that's considering a lot of other elements, including the lighting element.
I'm sorry, I think my question wasn't clear. Why didn't you recommend to Public Works Committee to start a comprehensive report, a comprehensive study, which during that study would have obtained that information from transportation and operations and storm drainage?
So you're asking if we should, from lighting, we should drive an environmental assessment and project review of the entire corridor, or
No.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to
what you're
interrupt.
asking.
I don't mean to interrupt. I do want to make sure that my question is clear. In the very last paragraph, it says the consultant report that SEMA did wasn't sufficient, and that the high level review wasn't sufficient. And that in order to fully understand the benefits, risks, and challenges of adding continuous lighting, a more fulsome review and business analysis would be required to be undertaken. I'm going to suggest to you that one path that you could have taken was to look to a scope that would include that fulsome review and business analysis. Within that scope, you would have asked the consultant to seek information from transportation planning, from operations, from storm maintenance, that could have all been part of the fulsome review. And my question to you is, why didn't you go to the next step of actually recommending the commencement of such a report rather than just providing the approximate cost of it?
Well, and so that report to gather up all of that information from the other groups would require more than $100,000 and probably a much more significant assignment. So I think what you're asking is, why isn't lighting driving a review of the entire facility? And I would say that the review of the entire facility would carry lighting, and that's the way this report is written.
I don't normally get involved in questions, but I will put the question that I believe is being asked in a very specific way to you. Why doesn't the report say the approximate cost of such a study would be approximately $100,000? We recommend that a consultant be engaged to prepare such a report.
And so the answer would be that the $100,000 was a component of a larger study, and maybe that's not clear in the report. And that at the bottom of page 2, it says it's prudent to delay the review until it's coupled with the other proposed changes. So I think what we're saying is there's a report probably required or a study required, but that should come together with any other proposed changes that are being advanced on this facility.
Registrar, can you go to OD7, page 109? And can you call out 342? So, Mr. McGuire, that is not at all what happened. That lighting would cost $100,000 as part of a bigger project. Public Works Committee came back and said staff is directed to undertake a comprehensive study of lighting opportunities at an estimated cost of $100,000. So even though you didn't recommend it, Public Works Committee directed it, and that the matter be referred to the capital budget process. So I'm going to ask you some questions about this going forward, but just so that I understand again, and further to the commissioner's question, I'm not, then I will move on, but I still don't understand why the report was not drafted in a way that clearly the Public Works Committee saw when they said, okay, we're directing you to do this comprehensive study for lighting opportunities.
So I'm a little confused because I think we've asked him this question a few times and he's answered, but is what you're asking why it wasn't a recommendation report instead of an info report? Is that what your question is?
No, that is not my question. I don't care about the form of the report itself. I'm asking why the recommendation wasn't made. Maybe those are the same thing, but I don't really care about the form of the report. My question for Mr. McGuire is, why didn't staff recommend to the Public Works Committee rather than just simply say it's going to cost this much?
Yeah, I feel like he's answered that question a few times, unless Mr. McGuire has anything else to add, but I do feel like he's answered that a few times.
Commissioner, I'll direct my responses to you, recognizing that I think that's the appropriate way to do this. Mr. McGuire just said, after, quite correctly, I did ask the question a number of times, that the idea was that the $100,000 would be part of a bigger project. And I want to ensure that he understands and is reminded about what happened in this project, which it wasn't part of a bigger project. And so that's why I'm asking the question again, and then I'll move on.
Yeah, I think you can ask the question again.
Mr. McGuire, would you like me to repeat my question?
So I'm going to try and paraphrase and get to what I think you're asking. Again, to Delna's point, if we were asking council for money for something, that would be considered a recommendation report. We would bring forward a recommendation. We would say, this is what we propose, and please approve or amend or edit the recommendation in front of you. What we brought forward was an information report. The information report addressed what we thought was a path forward, in that there's going to be a larger consideration of these facilities, and as a part of that, they should consider the lighting. We did not bring forward a standalone lighting recommendation.
Thank you. So in other words, the information report was information only, and in fact, you were not seeking for any direction from Public Works Committee and did not want any direction. Is that right?
We weren't seeking direction, no.
And you didn't want any direction to move forward because you wanted to hold off until the other opportunities for the parkways were being addressed?
So I'm careful about saying we don't want direction from council. So I would say we brought forward an information report, and they determined after conversation that they wanted a study undertaken.
Thank you. I appreciate your precision in your language, and I can phrase it differently just so that it's very clear. Staff did not want to move forward with a more fulsome review of lighting at this time. Is that right?
We didn't recommend it, and no, we wanted to fold it into a larger study.
The Public Works Committee did direct you to undertake a comprehensive study of lighting opportunities and referred the matter to the capital budget process. Given this direction, in your view, was there a process by which you could go back to the Public Works Committee and say, oh, that's not what we meant. We think that this should be held off. It would be money better spent if it was part of a bigger project. Is there a process to do that?
Write a report back to them telling them that we were going to defer this or include it in a larger study.
Yeah.
That is a process.
Why didn't you do that?
Did we not do that in either 18008 or 18088?
Yes, at the time, there's this direction before it goes to the capital budget process to get money to actually move forward with something that you haven't recommended to be done. At that point, given the process that's available, did you go back?
At this point in time, council's directing us to put some money aside for a lighting study, and that's their direction, and we're going to take that and put it into the budget process. That's my understanding.
Mr. Field testified that the funding for the illumination study was submitted as part of the 2017 capital budget process, as set out in the recommendation here, and that it was approved and became available to staff for spending around March 2017. Is that consistent with your recollection?
That would make sense, yes.
And that's from what your experience with the budgeting process, that would make sense in terms of the when monies become available once they go through that process?
Yeah, correct.
The comprehensive study that staff were directed to undertake is not initiated, at least as it relates to dealing with a consultant, in March 2017. Do you know why? So
I think at the time, I'm trying to remember the exact time frame, but the lighting group was in the midst of a citywide LED streetlight conversion. So I think I know we were pretty occupied with that, and that was probably our largest focus in the immediate term. Mr. Field testified that he was dealing with that, the lighting asset modernization project, or LAMP. Yeah. Is that what you mean? Did Mr. Field raise with you that the LAMP work would delay starting this comprehensive study? So I don't know if he raised it directly, but this would have gone on to his work plan, and we would have it's come onto the work plan, and then we'll assign resources to it as they become available.
Did you have any concerns that the direction from Public Works Committee to undertake a comprehensive study of lighting opportunities, that its start could be delayed as a result of Mr. Field's full work plan?
So I think, it's important that they don't tell us to return to them within a year or something like that. They give us direction to proceed with a lighting study and a budget. So we're putting it on the work plan and obviously we'll get to it as quickly as possible. But there's other things on the work plan.
Okay, and given the lack of a direction to report back, as a manager, what was your expectation about how long would be appropriate to, maybe I'll put it differently. As a manager, what was your expectation about when it would become problematic if you hadn't reported back?
That's pretty specific to each item. So I don't think I could give you between X and Y timeframe. It would depend on the aspect or the element that we were working on.
Okay, well, what about specific to this recommendation?
So I'm not. At this point in time, I don't think we said, oh, we're not going to get to it until 2021 or something. I think we put it into the work plan and began trying to resource it, the best way we could. So I didn't have an expectation that it would be delivered immediately, nor did we have an expectation that it would never make it onto the queue in the work plan.
You said we put it into the work plan and began to try to resource it the best way we could. What exactly was done to resource responding to this direction from PwC in 2017?
I can't give you the specifics on that. It would be one of a number of things that we would be looking to address. And, obviously on the work plan, the big item was the LED conversion. So no, I can't give you a specific on that one.
Okay, I'm going to suggest to you that there was no resourcing of this project in 2017.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
I'm trying to remember the commencement of the SEMA illumination study, but if you tell me it didn't commence until 2018, then I'll accept that.
It didn't. It's March 2018.
Okay.
So you'll accept that?
Yeah.
Okay. There's no one else who's being resourced onto this if it's not Mr. Field, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anyone from your division advise council that the lamp study would delay other lighting initiatives?
So the lamp project, it was a sort of a time-bound project. There was some revenue or some grants available from the province. We had to get, I can't remember the exact number, I think it was 25 or 30,000 lights changed out in a 2.5-year window. We reported to council. We asked them for the money to proceed with it. We told them it was high pressure. Councillor Ferguson, to my recollection, identified that he thought we would not make that window and asked us to report back quarterly on the project status. So there are LED conversion quarterly updates to Public Works Committee. So inherent in that is the fact that we're putting a lot of resources into that project.
Okay, so not expressly, no one expressly advised PwC or council that the lamp study would delay other lighting initiatives?
Yeah, correct. And the lamp was a project, not a study.
Sure, sorry.
And we were exposed to, I think, about $3.5 million of grants that were time bound, that we needed to complete our project in order to accrue that money.
Speaking of money being time bound, when this $100,000 was put into the 2017 capital budget and then made available in March of 2017, what happens to those funds if they're not used within the year in which they are budgeted?
From the capital budget process, they'll stay in the capital. They'll get a project ID and they'll sit in the open accounts list, and then on a regular basis, it'll get assigned to somebody, and you'll get some reports back that tell you that there's works in progress on these projects with these budgeted amounts and these available amounts.
And so am I hearing then, if you roll over from one year to the next without spending some or all of the money that's been budgeted, it just rolls over to the next year on a project list?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Moving away from lighting for a minute, Registrar, could you close this out and go to OD7, page 171 and 172, please? And can you call out, excuse me, can you call up 504, please? So in March of 2017, Mr. Ndoga from Engineering Services emailed Mr. Hughes and you, excuse me, under the subject line, Link Red Hill resurfacing. And he copied in Mr. Sadawi from Asset Management, Mr. Jazvek, remind me from Design, is that right?
Pardon?
Mr. Jazvak.
He's in Asset Management.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews Malone, who is in Operations and Roads, Mr. Moore, Ms. Jacob, who is in Design, Mr. Beck, who is in Design, Mr. Ferguson, who is in Traffic Operations and Engineering, and Mr. White, also with Mr. Ferguson. So he includes a number of people here and says, Brian/Gord, we are proposing resurfacing of the RHVE in 2018-2019, followed by the link in 2020-2021. Please note the email below, any comments, project scope concerns from your respective sections. So just in terms of the project that's referenced below, Registrar, could you close the call out? And I'm just going to pull it out just so that you can see it. It's HAM 52799, please. I'm sorry, I think I misspoke. HAM 52799. I misspoke again. I'm sorry. 52799.
I wonder, is it?
Sorry, Council, are you saying 52799?
I wonder if.
No, it's HAM 25799. I'm very sorry.
Okay, thank you. Sorry
Thank
for
you,
interrupting
no.
you, Mr. Commissioner.
That was entirely my fault, and apologies. Mr. McGuire, just because I'd like to ask what your role was and involvement is in this, just so that you can see, there's a fair bit of back and forth, starting on the bottom of image 2 about traffic operations and engineering's preferred scope for the resurfacing. And there's some back and forth with Mr. Ndoga and Mr. Ferguson and his team about what would be included, including median barriers, including recessed pavement markings, pavement markings themselves, rumble strips. There's a number of different things. And so that's what works its way up to you. So all that to say in that context, why would Mr. Ndoga be reaching out to you in March of 2017, asking for comments, project scope, or concerns from your section?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I'm not sure if you're aware or familiar with sort of the capital budget processing system, but generally, and there is a group or a committee, project coordination committee, and there's a system which would have a project ID number, and then the staff from the variety of different areas would key in or enter their specifics into that system. So sending it out by email, I'm not sure why. And it, you know, if we did this on all of our projects, it would be pretty difficult to manage.
Okay, maybe last question in a different way though, but it's helpful. As manager of geomatics and corridor management, what concerns might you have about project scope of resurfacing?
I wouldn't, I mean, at that point in time as the manager of geomatics, I mean, the lighting group was with us, but this is a proposal for resurfacing. I really wouldn't have any comments. And again, back to sort of the capital project management system, that's where I would expect people would enter scope and their requirements or desires for you know, elements in a project.
Okay, that's helpful. I could not quite understand why geomatics would have a role in resurfacing. Did geomatics generally have roles in resurfacing?
So, I mean, we would prepare what's called a base plan, which is, you know, generally like a 2D extract from the mapping, so that the design team could extract quantities and overlay things like where manhole adjustments and that needed to be made, but we wouldn't have a role in suggesting scope or changes or anything else like that.
Thank you, that's helpful. So given that role that geomatics might play, or just generally, did you know before Mr. Ndoga sent this email that there was a plan to resurface the Red Hill in 2018, 2019?
No, I don't think I was aware of it. And maybe just to back it up a little bit as well, coming out of the project coordination and the capital budgeting process would come a large list of projects, and those projects would get assigned to folks in the geomatics team to do data collection or field work, or if there was real estate things required. So that's how I would become aware of projects. I wouldn't generally become aware of them through an email or yeah, this sort of this kind of fashion.
I see. So just the inquiries heard a lot about how the projects move from asset management to design to construction. So when you're saying you'd get the large list and from capital budget and they would be assigned, that's all after it's gone through asset management and received funding. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. Or I mean, some projects, you know, I think we're diverting a bit, but some projects may be we invest some time and effort to gather some data so that we've got enough information that asset management can generate a more defined scope. So we may get stuff prior to it being through a budget, but that's really not relevant to this.
Okay. So resurfacing, that's probably not where that would be unusual. Were you actively working on anything related to the Red Hill resurfacing at this time, which is March of 2017?
And not to my knowledge.
Okay. So this is before your portfolio expanded to include asset management, which we will talk about in later. Did you have any significant involvement in the Red Hill resurfacing in terms of geomatics maybe I should say that differently. Did the geomatics section of your division have any role in the Red Hill resurfacing?
Nothing beyond, basic, file preparation or something like that in order to support the delivery through the design group.
And so in January of 2018, as we discussed, your role did expand. Did you personally become more involved in the Red Hill resurfacing as a result?
So in January of 2018, my focus at that time was on a thing called winter damages. We spent a lot of time and effort on going to council and identifying, anyways, there was some damaged roads from some severe winters. So no, I didn't spend a lot of time on the Red Hill. And in fact, I don't think I was sure that it was in the state it was until kind of later on into June and July.
Just stopping there, you said there was winter damage. So the inquiry's heard some evidence about the idea of the freeze thaw cycle, and that can cause cracking or potholes or that sort of thing. Is that the kind of thing you're talking about?
Correct. So not directly related to the link of the Red Hill, but the city roads over the winters of 2016, 17, 17, 18, together with a lot of other roads in Southern Ontario, experienced a lot of frost heave and a lot of thaw, which caused a lot of damage. I think there was a section of Main Street West that our transit operators declined to drive their buses down anymore because of the condition of the road. So those were the things that we were trying to deal with immediately in the January when I first got in.
And you said that was not related to the link or the Red Hill. So the winter damage project, I'll say for a lack of a better word, that was on city roads, not the parkways.
Correct.
And that was in that work you did on the winter damage. That was in the context of your expanded portfolio, not your role as corridor management and geomatics.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And just to close the loop on that, the work that you were doing, was it to secure funds to ensure that operations could go out and do that work?
So no, the work was to, I think there's a couple of reports, but there was reserve funds made available. I think it was in the neighborhood of $20 million. Staff through asset management brought forward a number of candidates, citywide candidates as well as ward specific. Then we folded those candidates into either existing contracts that engineering services was delivering or new contracts to be let to address those issues.
Registrar, could you close this and go into OD8, page 41, please? And can you call out paragraphs 107 and 108? So we're in January of 2018 now, and Ms. Jacob emailed Mr. Sadawi and you and Mr. Moore about the 2018 capital projects, advising that the project was committed for a January 24, 2018 tender, but that it was still in programming with scope to be modified. So as of January 2018, did you expect that the Red Hill resurfacing was going to go to tender and be completed in 2018?
I don't think in January 2018 I had a real line of sight on where that project's at.
Okay, and was this email that Ms. Susan sent, to your knowledge, for your information only, or were you more meaningfully involved as of January 2018 with this?
So in January 2018, I'm not at the director level, and I'm not in charge of. So Susan would be doing the tenders through her section, and then they would move over to Marco Odie's section to deliver.
Yeah.
So the tender is now with Susan, so it's sort of outside the realm of what I'm looking at. She may be informing us. She may be informing me here because I'd see all the budgets that there may be money or something like that sitting in the budget. But I just see this as a bit of a heads up. We've had some schedule changes on a couple of projects.
Fair enough. So it's a heads up. Just so that I'm very clear, it's a heads up to you in which capacity? In your expanded manager capacity with oversight over asset management?
Right. And so I think the second line says it's still in programming. So the programming part would be with asset management. And she's saying scope still being modified. So we've had the conversation about where and how the capital project management cycle works. So as people enter scope into it at some point, that gets locked in and moved forward. What she's saying is it appears that scope is still being added to this project, and it's still sitting over here, would be with asset management, and it's not going to hit this January 24th deadline or tender date.
You'll see in paragraph 108 that from that there is discussion, which it's not clear from the OD, but you are copied on, where it's noted that we in the email still need to confirm whether the RHVP was to be rehabilitated using HIR, and if so, construction would be deferred until 2019. So just to be clear, in the underlying document, the OD uses HIR, but the underlying document says hot in place, and makes the reference that if so, construction would be deferred to 2019. Were you aware in January of 2018 that there was any discussions about the use of hot in place as part of the resurfacing project?
No, I don't recall being aware, and I don't know if I was copied on this email or not.
You were copied on the email. I can go to the underlying email. I just was trying to save.
Yeah, that's fair. Look, if they're copying me on scope changes or material changes on every project that's in the queue, I probably wouldn't be able to keep up. So I would have seen this and said, oh, okay, so there's having some conversations about something going on with this project, and Susan and Sam are going to deal with it.
And so taking from that, is you'd be more interested in that there might be a deferral to 2019 than the reference to hot in place?
Yeah, correct.
And did you know at the time in 2018 what hot in place recycling was?
I don't think at that point in time, looking at that acronym, I would have known what Sam was indicating there.
In the underlying email, it's not an acronym. It says actually hot in place. But did that phrase hot in place mean anything to you?
No, not in January of 2018, it didn't.
Okay. Were you involved in discussions as to whether hot in place recycling would be used at that time? Not this email, but sort of other discussions?
No, I don't recall. I don't recall any discussions about hot in place until later in the year, kind of mid-year.
Okay, Registrar, you can close this call out. So hot in place recycling starts to be something that engineering staff are talking about, certainly in design are talking about, after a conference in Halifax in November of 2017. Does that refresh your memory, or does that, do you want to, you had said you don't recall any discussions. Does the reference to this conference refresh your memory or twig any memories about discussions about hot in place in early 2018 with you?
So, for clarity, I don't think I'm aware of the hot in place methodology until, like I said, sort of mid-year, later year.
Okay.
And no, I don't have any information at that point in time. And I think HIR stands for hot in place recycling or something like that, the R. So yeah,
Yeah.
I see it in both forms, the HIP and the HER, or however you want to
Okay.
evaluate those.
Around the same time as that conference in Halifax in November 2017, Golder submitted a proposal for testing, including British pendulum testing, medium texture depth measurements, polish stone value testing to be conducted on the Red Hill. You obviously will get into this later in the chronology, become involved in that. But at the time, did you have any knowledge that Golder was proposing to do any sort of testing of the materials on the Red Hill?
No, I wasn't aware of the beginnings of that 2017 assignment.
Turning back now to lighting, because we are going chronologically. Registrar, could you go to page 31 of OD 8? And if you could call out 76 and 77, please. Actually, can you close that call out? And can you call it 75 to 77, the whole page? Thank you, just so it's a little bit bigger. So you'll see in paragraph 75, in December, Mr. White has sent back and forth with Councillor Collins, attaching a draft of PW 18008. So that's not the one that's the first 18008 report. And on the same day, Ms. Cameron emailed you and Mr. Field, copying Mr. Moore, regarding lighting on the Red Hill. And she wrote, Councillor Connolly is requesting an information report on lighting, as he says he's still getting complaints. So just stopping there, we're now into December 2017. Had you, apart from the council requests for information about lighting, had you learned that there was public concerns about the level of illumination on the Red Hill by December 2017?
Yeah, I think I'm aware that, by this point in time, that lighting or illumination is something that gets raised as a concern for the traveling public. I'm not exactly sure when I'm aware of it, but yes, I am aware.
Thank you. So Ms. Cameron says, I spoke to Mike, and since Martin is doing a report to the January 15th PWC committee meeting, I think I can read that in, on 5 previous motions that include barriers, he feels like a coordinated effort is required. And Ms. Cameron suggests that that you and Mr. Field and Ms. Cameron sit down and put something to Martin, copying to Mr. Moore and Mr. Mader. And then she mentions that Mr. Field was approved by a committee for money to hire a consultant, but he thinks the EA may need to be updated. Mike, any other additional information? And you respond, thanks. We're looking into this now as Martin has this report. Lighting needs to be understood in the context of the original EA and restrictions placed in that file. Mike is looking into this currently. So just before we get into the details of this is December 4, 2017 that you're having the back and forth. And certainly, to be fair to you, I think earlier I said, was there any resourcing of what becomes the lighting study in 2017? And this clearly is December of 2017. So I do certainly want to be fair to you that I think it was December 2017 that you first start speaking about this. Is that your recollection as well, that these are the first discussions arising out of the comprehensive study direction from council?
So I mean, I'm wondering if Martin has, and I don't know what's included in the first draft of PW 18008, and whether he's already had conversations with Mike about addressing any of those issues in there. But if not, then this would be sort of the commencement of those conversations.
This is the commencement of conversations with you, at least. Is that fair?
Okay, yeah.
No, I'm asking. Do you
I
remember any earlier?
I don't have any
discussions?
recollection of being involved in it any earlier.
Okay. So at this point, this is 2017. Did you understand that that your division was responsible to report back to council about lighting on the Red Hill?
Yeah, that was my understanding.
You say we're looking at this right now, as Martin has a report going. What were you looking at right now?
I can't provide you any additional context.
Okay. Both Ms. Cameron and you reference that the EA might have to be updated. That's what she says, and you say lighting needs to be understood in the context of the original EA. Do you recall having discussions with Mr. Field in early December of 2017 about the original EA and if anything needed to be done to investigate the original EA?
No, I don't have a direct recollection of having those conversations.
Okay, so what did you mean lighting needs to be understood in the context of the original EA?
So I'm working from sort of the history of what I understood up till that point in time, that the original project considered lighting and didn't include it in the construction phase. And that in order for us to install lighting, we need to, review it through the EA process. So in context of the original EA, and I think inferred in that is the project.
Okay, so by this point, had you gone back and looked at any of the documentation that related to the original EA?
I don't think we've retained SEMA yet, right?
No,
So-
that doesn't happen till
Yeah.
March.
No,
Or so.
I'm not sure what I've looked at this point in time. I know there's a series of reports from SEMA at 2013 and 2015, and I'm not sure what they referred to in there and what I've read at this point.
Okay. By this point, do you have any inkling that the EA was different than you had thought before at this point? That the information that you understood about environmental concerns and other things might not be set out in the EA in that form.
No, I don't think I've got that context at this point.
Okay. And did Mr. Field give you, did he convey to you anything that would suggest that he was starting to have some, wanted to make inquiries about whether the EA in fact said what he thought it said?
And it says Mike's looking into this currently. I'm not sure if he's looking into, retaining the consultant or doing a little bit more background work. So I can't really provide you much more information than that.
Okay. So Councillor Connolly's request for an information report. This is, as you said, you were just going through that history. There's a 2013 report where PwC asks for lighting and other measures, and SEMA does not assess continuous illumination. Then there's a 2015 report, which you're not involved in, but where they do recommend continuous illumination as a long-term measure. Then there's the information report you do in 2016, which comes back, even though you didn't ask for the recommendation, and says, yes, go take that, do that comprehensive study. And now there's this request from Councillor Connolly. So did you understand that lighting was an issue that at least some councillors had a strong, persistent interest in?
Yeah, there's an ongoing don't want to say discussion or conversation about lighting on the Red Hill, together with a number of other items. I think if you look at the schedule on PW 18008, there's a number of other things. So as a function of the feedback from the residents, we get requests for information reports on a variety of different things. When is the road going to be done, or what about this, or something like that. So I am aware of it, and it isn't uncommon.
Did this request from Councillor Connolly, after that history that we just went through, did that leave you with some pressure to start the comprehensive study that PwC had directed be undertaken in September of 2016?
I don't know if at this point in time, I think we're trying to make sure that we're coordinating, as we mentioned in that 2016 information report. So I think it's a timely discussion, and that we're going to start or commence and tie into the larger project.
And just so I understand that coordination, did you want to have a plan in place so that Mr. White could add in some reference to lighting within his report?
Yeah, I mean, I think Diana notes that it feels like a coordinated effort, and I believe that's what we're trying to do, is create a collaborative approach to addressing some of these issues.
I'm just trying to dig into what coordinated effort means. Was the idea that if you did some thinking through or some planning now, that Mr. White could put that into his report, or was a coordinated effort that two reports would go at the same time, or something else?
So, I mean, a coordinated effort, it would be one report would make the most sense. Bringing two reports forward on the same asset on sort of individual things doesn't make a lot of sense.
Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 60, please? And you'll see at 162, Mr. Field emailed Mr. Malone, writing that the city was looking to engage SEMA to conduct a lighting study on the RHVP. Do you recall having discussions with Mr. Field about retaining SEMA as the consultant?
No, I don't have a direct recollection of that, although it makes sense because they've done all the previous work.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. Moore about the city retaining SEMA to do the lighting study?
I don't recall that.
When you say you don't recall that, are you confident that did not happen, or you just can't recall either way?
I can't recall either way. Is that how you'd like me to answer, or?
No, it's a phrase that we all use. I can't recall, and so when I need clarity, but certainly if you have circumstances in which you're confident that something didn't happen, you can say that instead of saying I can't recall. Do you recall if there was any further work that you or Mr. Field did to investigate the scope of the original EA between December, when we were just looking at that, and the end of February 2018?
No, I don't recall that, but I do recall that the scope of the work was to do a fulsome study of all of the aspects around the lighting and all of the things that had taken place previously.
Did you have discussions with Mr. Field about ensuring that the scope included historical review?
I don't recall that directly, but I do know that we wanted to make sure that whatever came out of this study was usable, reusable in the future as a part of a sort of the larger projects if and when they went forward.
And did you have an impression that the SEMA studies the earlier SEMA studies had not gone back and done a historical review?
I didn't have that impression. No,
You didn't have an impression either way about what SEMA had done?
no, I didn't.
Registrar, could you go to page 81 of OD8, please? At the very bottom of this page, 225, Mr. Malone and Mr. Field continue to correspond from that end of February, the 27th, in through March, and they schedule a meeting for March 14th to discuss scope of work. And you are listed as an attendee at that meeting. I can certainly go into Mr. Malone's notes. Do you recall attending a sort of pre-retainer meeting with SEMA in respect of the lighting study?
No, I don't recall that directly. I do recall a few meetings with SEMA on lighting, but I don't recall each individual one.
Okay. I'll take you in just in the hopes of refreshing your memory. CIM 22413, please. Image 3, please. So you'll see this is in the bottom half of this page. Registrar, could you pull that out? Mr. Malone's notes are somewhat legible. It has Dipankar Sharma, Mike Field, Gordon McGuire. I'm not sure what that says, but I think it says something history, EA, and then it goes on. Again, I'm not sure if this will be particularly helpful for you. Does this refresh your memory about at least the list of attendees about who about attending this meeting on March 14th?
Sorry, I'm just reading through it.
Go ahead. I think it says lighting history. Sorry,
oh, maybe.
word I
Okay.
couldn't
Yeah.
pull out.
No, that's fine. No, it doesn't refresh my memory directly. And that, Dipankar and Mike are probably the leads on this project as they go forward, and I'm there attending. I don't know how many more I'm in, or yeah, that's my recollection of it. Was it at our office or was it in at SEMA, or do we know?
I do not know that.
Okay.
So you said you think that Mr. Sharma and Mr. Field were the leads on this. What was your role in the lighting project compared to Mr. Field's?
I mean, at this point, I'm in that transition role. I've got less time available to me than I would have as the manager. I'm relying on Mike to run with this, and he's a subject matter expert on the lighting for the city. And Dipankar was in that section as well as one of the designers and technologists. So,
Mr. Sharma is not a lighting expert, though, right?
he's an electrical engineer, and he did. That was the reason we hired him. We hired him into a role that we created in lighting. I don't know. I think he has lighting design background. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner, I'm looking at the time. It's exactly 1 o'clock, which is the time we usually take our lunch break. You're on mute.
Yep. So then let's adjourn until 2:15. Okay.
Afternoon, Mr. McGuire. I have some follow-up questions from some of your evidence before the break. Registrar, could you pull up HAM 58680, please? Thank you. Mr. McGuire, we were looking at this before lunch. Just so that I am clear about your evidence, what was Mr. Moore's role in drafting this report?
I mean, he's signatory on it. I don't have a complete recollection, but given his knowledge on the Red Hill and the origins of all of the project reports, I'm reasonably sure he would have gone through this one.
When you say I'm reasonably sure he would have gone through this one, you mean he would have reviewed it after it was drafted for approval before he submitted it?
Yeah, correct.
And you don't have any recollection either way about whether he was involved in the actual drafting or the information in order to do the drafting?
And no, I don't.
So I understand how it works in engineering services. This would not have been provided to Public Works Committee if he had not approved it and signed it. Is that right?
Yeah, sorry, you're asking if, I mean, the report process is to submit the reports to the administrative assistant to the director, and then the director would, sign together with the manager.
Thank you. And if the director had some issue or concern with the drafting, it wouldn't have gone to Public Works Committee without revision. Is that fair?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. If you can go to OD8, page 93, please. And if you can call out 254. So before lunch, Mr. McGuire, we were talking about the pre-retainer meeting that you and Mr. Sharma and Mr. Field had with Mr. Malone and others at SEMA. You left a voicemail for Mr. Malone on the status of the proposal that SEMA eventually prepared, and mentioned reoccurring RHVP related meetings that had been called by Mr. McKinnon. So Mr. McKinnon is now the general manager of Public Works. What do you, let me try this. Mr. McKinnon, we've seen in the inquiry, has these bi-monthly reoccurring calendar invitations that start in March of 2018. Is that the meetings that you're referring to in your voice message to Mr. Malone?
And I don't recall reviewing a transcript of the voice message, but if I'm referring to recurring meetings as called by Dan, then I would expect them to be the ones that you just mentioned.
Okay, Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 79, paragraph 216? So, Mr. McGuire, I'm just bringing up the attendees that are listed on these calendar invitations to assist with my next question. What, to your knowledge, was the purpose of these reoccurring meetings?
So I'm a bit confused. Maybe when did Edward start?
That is fair. So it appears some overlap between Ms. Matthews Malone and Mr. Soldo.
Mhm.
And I think that we're in that period where the meetings either are changed over time. So both of them are on this, or there's a period of overlap where they're both there. But fair point. I too was confused by that. So I think you can assume that Ms. Matthews Malone is in her role as director of roads that Mr. Soldo takes over.
So my understanding of these meetings was to ensure, a fulsome conversation around all of the things that are taking place around the Red Hill and the link. And then as we move forward, I think it had a bit more of a focus on the Red Hill resurfacing project through 2018.
Okay, and did you connect the commencement of these meetings to be related to the fact that the resurfacing was being programmed?
I don't know if I connected it at that point, or if potentially given the reports that were going forward to council, Dan wanted a bit better lens on what was taking place on the entire facility.
Thank you. So when you contact Mr. Malone asking for an update on the proposal and reference these meetings, in your view, was there some urgency to get the proposal from SEMA to be able to provide an update at one of these meetings?
I don't recall having no. I think it would have just been an update or a request so that I could, it looks like, provide some background information or some information to the group.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this call out. And if you can go to page 93, please. If you can call out 255 to 257. On April 11th, Mr. Malone sent Mr. Field a proposal for what we call in the OD, the lighting study. The proposal include reviewing previous environmental assessments for both the link and the Red Hill, revisiting findings from previous collision analyses that SEMA had done using more recent data that was not available in 2013 and 2015, and conducting an illumination review to determine whether or not illumination should be installed in the study area. I'm not going to go into the proposal unless you'd like me to. What was the purpose and intent in terms of outcome from the SEMA study?
I think the last sentence in the first paragraph, conducting the illumination review to determine whether or not it should be installed within the study area.
Okay. And you were aware that SEMA had done that analysis in the 2015 SEMA study?
I think a reference to it in the 2016 information update indicates that it was and I'm going to paraphrase here, not a comprehensive review. And I believe this was to move forward with a more comprehensive review.
Okay. Did you expect that review was going to build in the things that we talked about before? Storm drains, hydro poles, those sorts of things?
No.
Okay. So can you provide any more details about what was not comprehensive about the 2015 report that you expected SEMA would address here?
So I don't have a full recollection, but my understanding of the 2015 report was they didn't do an end-to-end study of the link in the Red Hill, or I'm not sure what level of detail they went into for illumination.
Okay, well, they did come out with a recommendation to do end-to-end illumination on the Red Hill in particular as a long-term countermeasure. Does that assist with refreshing your memory?
Somewhat.
Okay. So am I hearing your evidence that there was something that you thought that SEMA was going to do that was a over and above what was done in 2015, but sitting here today, you can't recall exactly what the extra details would be? I'm trying to remember. The 2015 study had a kind of a small segment related to illumination. This study was all about illumination, including pier facilities, the opportunity to install off the grid lighting and a few other things like that. So I think it moved it from a
a component of a one overall thing to a larger illumination, more direct illumination study.
Who was the tasked to be the project manager for this assignment? Was it Mr. Field?
Yes, I would believe it. He was the PM on that.
And what was your role?
I mean, at this point where we were in April, so I'm still in that transition phase. I think my role at this point is to try and keep my hands off too many wheels and let the subject matter experts run with these things.
Registrar, can you close this and go to page 95, please? So looking at paragraph 260, there was an internal meeting on that day to prepare for a meeting with the city. I'm sorry, I'm just looking for that reference. You know what, I think I'm actually going to go right into the document itself. If you can go to CIM 16263, please. Or if you can call it the next one, the next as well. So this is the kickoff meeting. It's April 25. And you are listed as an attendee. So recognizing you want to take your hand off the wheels and let the subject matter experts do it, why did you attend this kickoff meeting?
I mean, it's a kickoff meeting, so it gives me, insight into what's happening, or what the, making sure the overall scope is what we had considered or expected, and to hear from the, the consultant about what their plans are.
Did you attend because there was some sensitivity in ensuring that this project went smoothly?
No, that wasn't the purpose of my attending.
Okay, you see on the second page at the bottom, it says background information, and it says hard copies of the following documents were provided. It has a number of documents there. I know the font is a little small. Can you read those?
Yep.
Did you review those documents before they were provided to SEMA?
I don't believe I would have reviewed all of those.
Would you have reviewed some of them? Maybe not the flying squirrel study, but the final impact assessment report or the impact assessment and design process, the environmental assessment volumes.
I can't recall if I reviewed those documents.
Okay, did you have a hand in collecting them to provide to SEMA?
I do recall, Jennifer DiDomenico was on the project, and I do recall that we either met with her or went somewhere with her to try and gather up some of the hard copies that she had in order for this, to get this started.
Can you say you? Is that you and Mr. Field?
I think so, yeah. I think it was Mike and I.
And where did you find them?
Oh gosh, I can't remember where Jennifer was in the office. I don't think she was on the same floor as us. Maybe a different floor.
My question was, were they in some storage offsite, or were they somewhere in a cabinet near her office?
I think they were in a cabinet near her office.
Okay.
That's my recollection.
So looking at image 1, the left-hand image, under review of work plan, Registrar, can you call it the second bullet? Or you can just call it the entire table. That's fine. Thank you. The third bullet, it says one potential is that the decision for lighting continuous versus interchange was a cost-based decision. It may be found that it will not be a prohibitive statement about lighting in the documents provided. SEMA will review all background information and confirm. Had you and Mr. Field or Mr. Field done an assessment of those underlying documents to come to the conclusion that perhaps it was a cost-based decision and not a prohibitive statement?
I don't recall if is that our information or is that from SEMA?
Well, I can certainly go into Mr. Malone's notes, but he does reference this being a statement attributed to Mr. Field.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you finished answering your question. You said, I don't recall. My question was, had you done some assessment of those underlying documents to determine, yeah, essentially you were left with an impression that maybe it was not a prohibitive statement?
I had not done that assessment, and if Brian's notes are that Mike had, then I would accept that.
Brian's notes are not that Mike had done that underlying statement. That this comment is attributed to him, that it might be when potential is.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, did you have any discussions with Mr. Field about what you understood about the EA up to this point compared to what he was seeing in documents?
I don't recall having that conversation.
Okay.
At this point, where are we? April?
Yes.
Okay.
So SEMA has not done their review yet.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll ask it this way. We'll get to this, of course, but when SEMA came back with its review of the historical EAs, was its conclusions that the EA didn't prohibit lighting continuously? Was that a surprise when you learned that?
I don't know. I don't know if I would characterize it as a surprise, but it felt like different information than I was aware of before. My understanding was that lighting had been considered in the origins of the project, and that it wasn't included in the overall project. And I'm not sure if it was specifically excluded or just not included, but either way, from the as it moved forward into VA, we had decision point lighting.
Okay, and so that was the understanding that you held at this kickoff meeting in April of 2018.
Yeah, correct.
Registrar, you can close this down, and if you can go back into OD8, page 87 and 88. And if you can pull out paragraph 240, which goes over to the next page. So Mr. McGuire, this is a series of questions about resurfacing, not about lighting, just to orient you. This is a handwritten note which identified you as custodian of it, that is, you as author of it, dated April 9, 2018. We've received a transcription, but in any event, just to confirm, are these a transcription of your handwritten notes?
So the top box, those aren't my notes. Are those my notes?
Well, I can go into the handwritten note. I was just hoping that you may have already done this in your preparation for today.
I do recall having I think it's just a small one-page note that was around. Are you asking me about the bottom notes?
So this is just the way that the overview document page breaks. So it's all the same note.
Okay.
I can, I'll pull it up just so that we are all on the same page about what this is. Registrar, can you?
I think that's fine. I mean,
I think it's fine. Okay.
I think I'm okay with.
All right.
Yeah.
So, in fact, before we actually get into the notes themselves, maybe I should ask you about your note-taking practices. So this is from April 2018. Is it your practice to take notes of meetings and calls?
That it was a bit of a sporadic practice over time, and then it became more of a practice as I got deeper into the director role in particular.
Do you have a practice of making notes in advance to use as an agenda in advance of a meeting or a call?
Generally, no.
So your notes, when you take them, reflect circumstances that are happening in the meeting itself?
Yeah, generally, yes.
Do you typically note that things that others say or that you raise, or both?
Probably both.
Okay. And how do you store your notes after they're taken, if you do?
If so, I did use a lot of binders. So if I was in a meeting, with respect to a utility or something like that, I'd probably have a binder with their their name on it, and I'd put the notes, and I'd probably put it in that binder if that's what I was doing. For some of these, just they may have ended up on my desk and maybe added as an action item or a calendar item for me to act on or follow up, or they may have just ended up as something I was looking for a discussion and then disposed of.
So these are notes that appear to deal with the resurfacing. Starts off by saying RHVP paving, hot in place, check with Marco, core samples, check with Gary, QA. Is that your recollection that these are notes in respect of something to do with RHVP resurfacing?
Yeah, then correct.
And by April, are you trying to become more knowledgeable about the hot in place consideration that is happening for the resurfacing?
In April, I don't think I'm looking for more knowledge. I think what I would take away from this meeting is, where's the capital budget and have we tendered?
Okay, do you remember what the context of this meeting was, or if these are just your own notes?
No, I don't remember the context of the meeting. They're my notes from it. I don't recall who was in attendance either.
Do you have a process of writing the attendees of meetings or of calls at the top of notes?
That process evolved, and generally you'd probably see future notes having more of that information on it, but maybe I don't recall doing that regularly.
Okay. There's a reference to core samples, check with Gary. Do you recall what core samples that refers to?
In April, I think we were doing, so this is the reference to the December 2017 Golders work, which extracted some panels or extracted some material, and then was the origins of the polished stone value review.
By April, do you recall why you wanted to check with Gary about that?
Yeah, I think I'm looking here. I mean, if you go down to the budget and where does this sit, I'm just trying to understand where we are with a budgeting and a scheduling perspective.
Okay, and that's because this is in April of 2018, so you have, your portfolio includes asset management?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Up at the top, this is partly in your handwriting, but it says a result of SMA PPS / polished, and then on the next line it says polished stone review.
Yeah, that top line says review of sharps / polish, so that's SHARPS.
Okay, and what does that refer to?
I think that's the polished stone value and the consideration of aggregate as a sharp or having facets to it.
Okay, I think that it is SMA PPS,
Oh.
SMA like stonemastic asphalt. Would that make sense?
I don't know. It's strange that I'm debating you over my own handwriting. So,
again, I could take you into transcription, but I'm not sure that anything matters on that. My question really is much more about the the polished stone review. What information did you have at this point about what we call the Golder pavement evaluation? So the core samples and the work that was coming from that.
I don't think I have much information. I don't recall following up in any detail on this. Yeah, this one appears to be sort of a standalone, and then I get more involved in it again, probably into June and July.
Okay. And again, you can't recall what meeting this came from or who you were talking to or what information you were getting.
So,
okay. On the same day, you email Mr. Andoga about the status of repaving. See that at 2:41. Were you looking at the status from a budgeting perspective? I think that was your evidence just a few moments ago.
yeah, correct.
Okay. We know that Mr. Moore retires in May of 2018, and this is announced by Mr. McKinnon a few days after where we are now on April 13th. Did you have any advanced knowledge of Mr. Moore's retirement as of April 9th or 10th?
I really can't recall if he'd made that known or not.
Okay. You can't recall if Mr.
No.
McKinnon's announcement was the first time you learned about this or if you learned about it before?
Yeah, I'm not really certain on that.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 97 and 98? So at the bottom of 97 is Mr. McKinnon's announcement. And it really just focuses on Mr. Moore and his experience. Did you take on the acting role or were you offered the acting role immediately upon this announcement of his retirement?
I don't exactly recall the dates, but I think it was fairly close in time.
Okay. So recognizing it started as an acting role, can you tell me about the transition period in terms of any sort of formal or informal transitions between Mr. Moore and you?
There wasn't a formal transition. I think in part, if you read through Dan's message, Gary's moving, quote unquote, to the LRT office, but he's still on our floor, just at the other end of the building from where he was previously.
Okay, so do you recall sitting down with Mr. Moore and Mr. Moore giving you the lay of land, as it were, about the role of Director of Engineering?
No, we didn't have a formal, onboarding, for lack of a better term.
Okay, Registrar, could you pull out OD9A, page 15 and 16, please? And if you look at the bottom of page 15, paragraph 25, Mr. Moore sent you an email under the subject line stuff, noting FYI in the body of the email, and then attached 2 emails. Was that the kind of transition that Mr. Moore provided to you? For example, forwarding emails or documents he thought might be relevant?
Yes, I mean, he did provide me, I can't recall that one exactly, but I think he forwarded me a few things that he thought might be of value to me.
Did Mr. Moore provide you with any particular information about the Red Hill when you were transitioning into the role as acting director?
No, we didn't have a sit down or a direct conversation about that project.
No briefing binders or materials?
He had a series of binders, but I think they were mostly related to some other projects.
Did you discuss the status of the Golder project, the pavement materials evaluation project with Mr. Moore before he retired?
So the Golders assignment, that PMTR on our kind of overall asphalt process, or the one that was being done from 2017 with respect to the measured texture depth and either way.
The latter, the one that was currently in progress.
Yeah. Either way, no, we didn't have a direct conversation about that.
Okay. And did he tell you anything about the trade wind report?
No, he did not.
Did you discuss anything about friction values on the Red Hill or the link?
Not in this May 2018 timeframe. No, we did not.
Yes, but before he retired.
Correct.
Could you help me understand some of the technical details of your transition in terms of the technology? In your role as manager, did you have access to and use ProjectWise?
Yes.
And did you use it regularly? Was that sort of the primary place where you kept documents?
So maybe I can provide you a little bit of insight. I was the driver behind getting ProjectWise into engineering services. And we used ProjectWise primarily to deliver projects. One of the reasons we did that was in order to keep the files and who had access to them kind of in a correct order while we worked our way through it. On the other side, once the asset was constructed, we had a couple of different systems. I think referred to one earlier called Prism, which had a kind of a client-facing part called Spider. Those were where the engineering records got stored. So ProjectWise, yes, for projects, and then the Spider for the engineering records. And then for a day-to-day, like where do the emails get stored and things like that, a lot of using the network. And then I used ProjectWise as well from that perspective.
As manager, did you have access to the director's office folder within ProjectWise?
No, I wouldn't have had access to that.
When you were a manager, were you aware that there was such a folder, the director's office folder? That is, maybe I'll put it this way, could you see it but not access it? Or was it not even something that was visible to you?
A good question. I'm not sure. I don't know if it was visible. I think the accessibility to those folders is based on kind of user rights, and I'm not sure if ProjectWise shows you or doesn't if you don't have user rights.
Okay. When you became acting director, did you get access to that folder, or was it only when you took on the role of director in a permanent capacity?
Only when I was became the permanent director.
Registrar, could you go to the next page of OD9, please? In part, I asked because of Ms. Cameron's email to you at paragraph 33. So this is in May of it's in May of 2018. Just as Mr. Moore is retiring. And this is, we'll get to this in a moment. This is you and Ms. Graham having some discussions. And Ms. Cameron says, Gary uploaded a lot of Red Hill files in ProjectWise under the director's office engineering services. Not sure if pavement testing is there, but I know it was Golder who did it. So on that, this is May, so you're in the acting job. Were you able to access the folder that Ms. Cameron was speaking about at this time?
I don't believe so.
Can you may not be able to answer this, but were you even aware of the director's office folder at this time?
I'm not sure. I can't recall.
Okay. Do you recall when you did get access to the folder? Did you ask for access or did it just appear in your folder list?
So my understanding is that the permissions are based on, I think it's called Windows Active Directory. So where you are in the directory drives you into that, what access you have inside the system. So I think it was once the HR processes took place, I think that's what happened.
That it just appeared?
Yeah, I had different permissions, right?
Right. So it looked different than your folder tree looked like when you were a manager or when you were an acting director?
Yeah, correct.
When you first got access to the director's office folder, did you review its contents?
Not in detail. I don't believe I did.
Did you get access to Mr. Moore's inbox as
No.
well?
No, I did not.
Moving away from technology and into sort of physical space, did you remain in your same physical location when you moved from manager to acting director?
Yes.
And was that an enclosed office, a cubicle?
Yeah, semi-enclosed, kind of open space cubicle type.
So you
offices.
start, thank you. So you start as in the permanent role as director in mid-June, June 18. When did you move into Mr. Moore's former office?
I think I was probably within a couple weeks.
And so was there a period of time between the end of May when Mr. Moore retired and with a couple of weeks, so beginning of July, that Mr. Moore's office was vacant?
Yeah, correct.
Do you recall when you moved into Mr. Moore's former office, if there was any documents left there, any hard copy documents?
So my memory of the transition was Gary had a specific desk and layout in his office, and we changed that, went up to a different a location in the city, picked a different desk, had that other desk kind of removed and repositioned. So I don't recall what was left with respect to files as we went through that. And I'm not sure if Diana maybe boxed a few things up or there was a few things left around, but there wasn't much. And I moved a bunch of the files that I would have had into my area as well.
Okay. Ms. Cameron's evidence was that Mr. Moore had a bookshelf in his office when he was director. Did you keep that bookshelf?
Yeah, there were a couple bookshelves in there. Correct. Yep.
And do you recall there being any documents on that bookshelf when you moved in?
No, I don't. I don't recall one way or the other.
Okay. And you don't recall giving Diana any direction to clear any documents that Mr. Moore had left?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. When Ms. Cameron became your assistant, was that when you transitioned into the permanent director role or when you transitioned to the acting director role?
Permanent.
Thanks. Ms. Cameron testified that she had significant involvement in your electronic filing practices. Would you agree with that general statement?
Yes.
And that you let her send and receive some emails on your behalf?
Correct.
And did you have her triage your inbox for you?
Yes, she did.
And did she do filing within ProjectWise for you?
Yes, she did.
And I'm not sure if this would be relevant. Did she do filing within Prism or Spider or other
No,
databases?
that's a separate, I mean, that's generally like large format drawings and things like that. That wouldn't be Diana's role.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I heard you correctly. That would be Diana's role? That
No,
would
would not. And the Prism and Spider tools are generally like large format engineering or survey drawings or something. That's not something Diana was handling or managing on a virtually at any time, I don't believe.
Okay. During the transition to acting director and then into the permanent director role, did you take on a more public facing role than you had as manager of geomatics?
Yes.
The inquiry has documents, for example, in May 2018, around the time that Mr. Moore retired, that Mr. Moore was contacted by the Spectator regarding RHVP asphalt testing and resurfacing, and this request ultimately made it to you from Ms. Graham. Registrar, can you keep page 17 up, but also open up image 16? Mr. McGuire, this is some of the back and forth. You'll see it starts at paragraph 26. And I've just sort of summarized that it makes its way from Nicole O'Reilly at the Spectator to Mr. Moore about an update about asphalt testing. And then Mr. Moore forwards it to Ms. Graham, and Ms. Graham forwards it to you in paragraph 29, asking for a status of rehabilitation and the Spectator's request. And you respond, not sure where it landed. We're waiting on new technology called Hot in Place. Marco Audi may have some insights, will be in soon. So just stopping there. So we're at the end of May now. Is it fair that you have a sense that there's some new technology that might be used that is hot in place recycling, but you don't really know the details yet?
Yeah, that's yep, correct.
Okay. Ms. Graham then sends this to Mr. Audi, who responds, yes, we are thinking about this option. And a reference to the Ministry of Transportation's project in North Ontario. Were you aware at this point that the city's assessment of hot in place recycling was going to be connected to an MTO, I'm going to call it a pilot project that they were doing?
So did Marco copy me on his response, or did he just send it back to Jasmine?
I can certainly look. Sometimes the overview document doesn't contain everything. I was really more just asking about your, what you knew. He does copy you, yes.
Okay, so this sounds like when I'm becoming aware of kind of more of the technology and how we're assessing it.
So I know eventually you actually do have it. You sit for an interview related, I believe, to these requests, and we'll get there. But just more generally, were you provided with any guidance or policies on how to interact with the media?
I did some media training, and I'm not sure if it was in advance of this. I'd done some previously as well when I was in the manager role. And then Jasmine did do some media training as well.
Did Mr. Moore provide you with any insight during this transitionary period about information that you should or shouldn't share with the media?
No, I didn't get any of that.
Thank you. I see it's 3:00. I was about to move on to another topic, but I think we've agreed that we'll have a hard stop today at 3 p.m.
Yeah, okay. Then we'll stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Okay, have a good evening.
Yep.
Thank you.